Greetings and welcome, viewers. I am your host and storyteller, Sylvanov. Thank you for joining us while we delve into the world of darkness with Vampire the Masquerade. This stream is intended for a mature audience and does contain mature themes that may not be suitable for all viewers. The game revolves around a dark horror theme and may contain content that may be a trigger for some audience members. Please keep in mind that this is a work of fiction. The views and actions of the characters are not explicitly the views or actions of the actual players. At no time should any of the violence or horror portrayed in our game be attempted by anyone at any time for any reason. Please sit back, grab a drink and a snack, and join us on the shadowy path that is the world of darkness. And now, before we start, please meet and welcome our players for the evening.
Good evening. I am Raven, and I play Annabelle the Nosferatu.
Good evening. I'm Tim, and I'm Sail Irish on Twitch.
Good evening. I am Canada Sampson on Twitch, and I'm playing Virginia Stone.
Good evening, folks. I am Phantom_Trickster1 on Twitch, and I am playing Sam Smith.
Hey, I'm Chase. I'm playing Johnathan Keats, the Thin Blood.
And I'm Whitwood, currently playing the dog shitting on the floor, known as Ezekiel White.
So, some of you had the privilege of catching us earlier as we started our evening with Annabelle and Zeke. Annabelle took Zeke to a therapy session with his therapist, at which point things went awry towards the end after Zeke had left the therapist's office, and he had returned to the vehicle awaiting Annabelle's return so that they might go along with their evening. If I can get everyone else to go ahead and do a rouse check, as Annabelle and Zeke have already done so for the evening.
I don't get hungrier.
I don't get
Neither
hungry.
do I.
Cool.
All right. Zeke, you make your way out of your therapy back to the parking lot across to the far end where Annabelle had parked her car. She's nowhere to be seen. As you hang out probably for a good 5 to 10 minutes before there's any trace of anyone showing up, Annabelle does eventually almost materialize near the car in the dark of the twilight.
As I approach the vehicle, I grab Mr. White by the arm and I push him up against the car, and I just get real close to his ear and I say, "You're a fucking fool, Mr. White. Get in the vehicle."
Oh, sweet nothings. As you wish.
I walk around to the driver's side and I get in.
I will hesitantly get in, but make sure I can easily access the door knob just to bail if needed.
Okay. Annabelle and Zeke, where do you head after you get back in the car?
I am heading towards Mr. Keats' shop/haven place, since he seemed to know the most about whatever it was we saw down underground.
The
Excellent.
railroad track.
Virginia, Sam, Tim. The sunset pulls you from your slumber, all back tucked away again at Miss Stone's residence.
I'm going to get up and get dressed and check my emails and see if anything is out of the ordinary, I guess.
As far as out of the ordinary, not so much, but there is a brief text on your cell phone from Lorenzo saying that the security team had something for you.
Oh, okay. That's good, I guess. I'm going to go downstairs then and
Sam,
drink
you
one
have
of
the
my bottles of
same-
wine.
You have the same message awaiting you on your cell phone.
Oh, goody. Let's see what they got. So I get up, get dressed, and I go to the living room. I don't know if everything is up by now, but that's where I'm heading.
Tim,
Yeah, I
do you hear
get up
people
and
getting up and getting around?
yeah, get up and probably get dressed, go to the common area, look for a paper.
Okay. The three of you kind of converge in the living room or kitchen, wherever it is that you converge, about at the same time after rising.
So I'll be in there reaching for some of my wine bottles of blood and drinking because I have 2 hunger. So I'd like to get rid of one.
Good evening, Mr. Toon. Miss Stone.
Good evening.
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
It's going to be an interesting night.
Aren't they all lately?
And apparently it started early. If and I look at Virginia wine, I said, yeah, apparently they start early.
Oh, that's cute, Mr. Smith. Very cute. I assume you got the same text message I did this morning?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I said they start early.
Apparently, my security team has something for us, Mr. Toon.
Interesting.
Yes.
Any vague outline of what this something might be?
Hoping they know where Freddy is, to be honest.
Lorenzo is very good at being discreet and to the point. So,
Okay, good. So basically, we need to go to the club.
yes.
All right. Well,
we was going there.
Yeah.
We was going there anyway because we kind of did leave my car sitting there.
Oh, it's fine. I doubt someone's going to steal your car from my parking lot.
Oh, well,
In any case.
y'all ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it.
The three of you rapidly make your way out the front door. Virginia, you almost stumble over a box. It's about 3 feet long. It's probably a good 8 inches by 8 inches. Rectangular box. It looks like it's some kind of floral delivery on the front stoop.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to open it.
As you open it, there's a lovely scrolled, very feminine handwriting note. And inside are probably 24 beautiful lilies, starlight lilies, a very rare strain of this particular lily. The note reads, "Can't wait to see you this evening, Charlotte."
Oh,
Secret admirer, Miss Stone?
an old friend, I guess you would say.
Is this how shall I say, a conveniently timed arrival?
I'm not sure just yet. I didn't know that my whereabouts were so well known. This is an acquaintance of mine when I was working in Nevada a couple of years ago.
Well,
Fine.
ooh, you're definitely blown. Apologies. I hope I had no part in that.
Well, such is the life when you're famous. I guess.
Well, I imagine it's value add on the place. Probably get more than you put into it at this point. But you can find another one.
All right, I guess I'll take the lilies with me. I'll put them in my office, and we will proceed.
All right, so the three of you pile into her SUV and off you go. Johnathan.
Yes.
What have you been doing? Did you actually get sleep?
Oh no, absolutely not. I've been I need to find a replacement for this werewolf hand, mummified werewolf hand. Um like anything that I can just like totally replace it with. And then B, I am probably sending messages to one of the people that is interested in kindred occult and kindred lore. Messaging you now the name of that individual. And basically saying when's a good time to meet up. And then I'm going to.
So how do you plan on messaging said individual?
It's probably like a proxy. Like I'm definitely not messaging this person directly.
Yeah, probably
so it's
not.
like I send a message that I know it's going to get back to.
Okay.
Like, and this may take a while just to try to set something up.
Okay.
And testing all of the blood.
And what is it you would like to accomplish in said testing?
I am going to not test the important blood, number 3. I'm basically going to see how I can extract the powers of the blood using container 1.
Okay. And so are you committing to some alchemy while you do this?
Absolutely.
Okay. I believe you have some rolls to make, sir.
I do. I am going to rouse the blood. That is a success.
Okay.
Six successes.
And which particular flavor of alchemy are we committing to?
I am trying to replicate a level 2 ability.
So we are concoct ash. No,
that's not the ash. That's just level the basic thin blood alchemy, and I have 3 dots, so I'm trying to replicate a level 2 discipline.
Okay. And you said 6 successes?
Yes. And that is Walter Quince's
Yes.
blood.
So what you need to do is let me know when you attempt to test it and how.
Okay.
And I will let you know what the results of that are. Now, as you toil away, you hear a loud smash almost against the front of your home.
Mm-hmm.
There's a loud thump and a loud, almost metal on metal hammering sound. Almost clearly echoing from the front of your connexes.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's probably just a little after sunset. Probably about 8:30.
My lab is up top, so I'm going to try to look in a window and see what is happening.
It could be wits and awareness.
Three successes.
Okay, you see 3 overly large figures running away from the domicile.
Did they look weird in any sort of way? Like
Not from your perspective or vantage point, very hard to tell.
Okay. And I'm assuming they didn't get in, right? They just heard a smash.
You heard a smash and then a couple of thumps that sounded like metal on metal.
Okay, I'm going to get a shotgun that is conveniently placed in the house and go check it out.
Okay. You head to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
You open it. Do you like just kind of sneak it open? Do you swing it wide? Do you lunge out? What do you do?
I sneak it open.
All right, so I'll give you yet another wits and awareness roll, please.
3 again.
The first thing that you notice as you start to open the door is that as you approach the door before you even open it, that there seems to be some kind of metal spike sticking through the door. As you open it, your eyes are drawn immediately to what appears to be a severed human hand that has been spike nailed to the metal door of the connex. There's blood. The next thing that catches your attention is a shiny glitter kind of at your feet. And as you look down, you see what can't be mistaken for a very familiar champagne bottle that you had gifted not the night before. There seems to be a slick, wet gleam on the door.
Is there anything else? Like maybe
not that you can see from inside.
I'll get out.
So you step over the smashed champagne bottle.
Mm-hmm.
But take a couple of steps and turn and look back.
Yes.
As you do, a couple of things definitely catch your eye. What looks to be smeared blood along the left side of your door are the words, "Give it back." On the right side of the door is a scrawl mark that looks to have been scratched into the wall of the connex just right of the door.
Do I know that symbol?
Would you? Let's do this. Roll intelligence and occult with a difficulty of 7.
It's gonna be very hard.
What I really need to know is how much you succeed or fail by.
I got 4 successes.
4 successes, it strikes you immediately that this is some kind of Lupine marking. It's unmistakable. You've seen it before, described to you in some way. What it means is beyond you. The hairs on your arms would possibly stand on end when you realize what you're looking at. And the realization, too, of what's probably been spiked to your front door.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get rid of all of this evidence as quickly as possible. Take down the hand, like hit the blood with a hose, and then cover up that marking with like a tarp or something.
Okay. It will take you a little bit of time to accomplish all of these things. Removing the spike through the metal door it will be a feat of strength. So you can simply.
I'm probably going to keep that in there. Just like take the hand off of it. I'm trying to do all of this quickly, not necessarily like.
You can roll a simple strength in athletics to see if you're able to kind of yank the spike from the door.
How's a one success do?
Yeah, no, the shock and realization is enough to almost feeble your muscles. The thought of ripping the hand off and just tearing it apart to get it off probably makes you pause. There's the hint of doubt in your mind as to what it is, but there's a part of your brain that says you know exactly what this is. So yeah, you will be able to hose off the blood. You'll be able to throw up some cardboard or tarp to cover the scratches on the right side. You'll be able to sweep up the champagne bottle glass. But getting that spike in hand off there is going to take a little bit more effort and probably a little bit of willpower. Just with the fact that you were just there that previous night seeing Percy. Kind of the realization he handed you a hand and now someone's handed you his. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, Jonathan's going to be extremely upset, morose. He's processing a lot right now.
Sam, Virginia, Tim. You all have a very normal ride over to the Haven Club. When you get there, it's evident something's occurred. There's a couple of police cars parked right out front. Lorenzo's busy talking to some suit.
Well, shit.
Do you pull
I'm
around
going to
back?
use.
Do you go into the parking garage? Do you just pull right up front? What do you do?
Do you guys want to?
Flush of life.
Yeah,
I'll rouse.
I'm doing that too.
Please rouse.
And I have.
And I don't get hungry. Dice have been happy with me tonight, at least this far.
Dice love me right now. I'm good.
Yeah. So I'm gonna park in the parking lot because this looks pretty serious, and get out and go see what's going on.
Still clutching a box full of lilies.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you approach, there's definitely a couple of the door guys, a couple of the security guys are standing out front. Lorenzo is busy talking to some guy in a suit who does indeed have a badge on his belt. Mr. Toon, you recognize the badge. It's a Detective Bacon.
Interesting.
So, Lorenzo, right? Yes, sir. You all. I really don't know how to approach all this, considering all the activity that's been going on at this establishment recently. But you do have security cameras. I can see them, and he points them out. I assume there is no problem in asking you for the footage. Is that correct? Absolutely. I've been given instructions by. Oh, and Miss Stone. This is Miss Virginia Stone and Mr. Sam Smith. They're the owner and manager. I sent them a message as soon as you all had arrived. Miss Smith, this is Detective Bacon.
Oh, good evening, Detective. What can I do for you this evening?
That's a great. And he looks over you, Sam, and pauses at Tim. And you can see him stumble. He's not sure if he should identify you or not, given your relationship. And you and Sam both will notice him pause when he looks at Mr. Toon. And you are, sir?
Tim.
Tim. Do you have a last name?
Toon.
He quickly jots a little note in his. Excuse me. He quickly jots a note in his little notebook. Yeah, apparently there was an abduction.
An abduction?
Yes.
Of who? And on this property?
Yes. Apparently some woman had come, was getting ready to, your club was about to open. Someone drove up, according to the testimony here, that two gentlemen jumped out of the vehicle, snatched her, threw her in, and quickly drove off.
Well, sir, I'm going to have to say the crime rate in this county seems to be skyrocketing. This is insane.
Strangely, after the opening of this club, there's been quite a lot here and across.
I guess so.
Over at the two silos. I'm not sure if it's all. Anyway, I'm not here about anything other than this woman's disappearance. Do you mind if can we get in and have a look at your security footage, please, Miss Stone? It would be immensely helpful.
Absolutely.
Please lead the way.
Yep, come on in, and I will walk them in. And
Renzo kind of gives both you and Sam this kind of curious eyebrow raise, like, what should I do?
Lorenzo, dear, if you don't mind coming up with us and showing these nice gentlemen how to work the system so they can review the footage. I'm still a little fuzzy.
Absolutely, Miss Stone. Right this way. Detective,
Perfect.
Please. And he quickly shuffles in the building, goes up to the third floor to the security room, badges himself in, waves one of the security guys off to the side. Hey, pull up that footage from a half hour ago. And let's get copies going because they're going to want it. Lorenzo quickly goes to the panel, rolls back cameras. Virginia, I need a couple of things from you. Let's start with wits and awareness.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so that should be. I should know this by now.
Please don't see
How aware am I? Ah, yes. Okay. 4 successes.
Okay. And next, I'm going to have you roll a willpower check.
Yeah, I thought so. Jesus Christ. I've got 4 successes.
Wow. Virginia is
Thank you.
keeping
Thank you.
her cool today. But what Tim and Sam, if you both followed them up, what you see on her face as Lorenzo rolls back the footage to the person getting out of a cab and coming up to the front of the building, a look of recognition strikes Virginia clear across her face. Virginia is indeed Charlotte Evans, physically showing up to the Haven Club, paying a taxi driver. Within 20 seconds of the taxi cab driving away, a black panel van pulls in, coming to a screeching halt. The side door, clearly visible on the camera, is thrown open. Two gentlemen jump out, both of which you immediately recognize. Like,
Who are
she's
they?
the anticipation. One you recognize as Harry. The other, Terry Parker.
Jesus Christ, what a night.
The two gentlemen quickly throw some kind of cloth over the woman's face, lunge her back into the van, throw the door shut, and it screeches off. You can hear tires squealing, or at least you can see like a little bit of smoke in the screen as the vehicle pulls away at a rapid pace. Within moments afterwards, you can see on the screen two of the security team busting out of the front door, followed shortly by Lorenzo with a cell phone to his face. The detective watches this, kind of looks you and Sam and Lorenzo over. Lorenzo pauses as he's reviewing this. He points directly at the person, Terry Parker. He says, "Isn't that guy on our blacklist?"
Yes, he is.
The detective quickly, you know this person?
Unfortunately, he seems to be infatuated with me. A stalker, if you will. I have a restraining order.
A name, Miss Stone.
That was Terry Parker, yeah? Was that
Yeah.
what I had his name down as? Yes. So that gentleman is Terry Parker.
The detective points at the other gentleman. And do you know this person?
Unfortunately, I know him as well.
Oh, okay.
Well, we were sort of seeing each other, and the artistic community is a little bit competitive at times, and I had the misfortune of finding out that he was plagiarizing his work, and I kind of exposed him to some certain parties, and he was not a very happy camper, so I have been avoiding him for quite a few years now.
And the woman, and he points to the screen and motions for Lorenzo to roll back the footage till you get a good picture of her face. Do you know her as well?
She's an old student of mine.
Wow, I think we're going to have some conversations, Miss Stone.
I guess so.
What's her name, please?
Her name is Charlotte Evans.
And pardon me, but why are they all here at this moment? Any idea?
You know, I'd like to know that as well.
And he looks at the box of flowers. Doesn't really say anything, but jots a note down in his notebook. I'm going to need to talk to anybody else who was on duty during this. I need to, I'm going to get a couple other guys down here to help get some of this questioning done. You're okay with everybody answering questions, right, Miss Stone? You don't have any problems with this? You don't know anything about this?
Nope. You can ask my employees. I'll give you a list of everyone who's working at the moment if you'd like. Anything I can do to aid your investigation, sir?
And Mr. Smith, you're the manager here, correct?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with these three people?
Not really. I haven't really met him. I heard him in passing, but not actually really sat down and actually talked to them.
Pause.
So I don't know how much I've learned.
Annabelle, Zeke,
Yes.
the two of you pull up to Jonathan's place. As he surreptitiously, I couldn't even say the word today, is hosing down the side of his building. It won't even make you roll a wits and awareness to notice that there's a severed hand stuck to
Sure.
his front door.
Is there anything about this hand that looks off or familiar?
It's severed and stuck to his door.
I'm
Fair enough.
going to get out of the vehicle and start approaching his. If he's outside, I'm going to approach him. If he's not outside, I'm going to approach his front door. Okay.
Johnathan, you see them pulling up as you're cleaning. We can't hear you,
I'll
sir.
approach behind her.
Sorry, I probably don't. I'm probably just hosing it down and just like fuck.
There's a tarp off to the right of the building, right of the door. He seems to have. There's a broom there and a dustpan that's filled with a bunch of broken glass, and he's busily kind of spraying off the side of his building.
I want to get a better look at that glass. Just kind of as we're approaching and we get closer to him, I want to kind of just survey that entire area, see what's there, what's different about the building, if anything's on the ground.
Good evening, Mr. Keats.
Fuck.
Sorry, did I startle you?
It's just not a good time right now.
I apologize. May we render assistance?
Yes, please.
Can you take that? I'll point over to the hand.
Of course, Mr. Keats. Annabelle will walk over to the. Is it still spiked to the building? Correct.
Oh yes.
Okay. I'll try to wrench you out of the building then.
Strength and athletics, please.
Okay.
I'll approach Mr. Keats as she's doing this. Need a sympathetic ear, my friend.
No, I just need fucking Percy back.
Whoa. Back. Where did he go?
Oh, I don't fucking know. If I knew, I wouldn't be here.
Okay. Take a deep breath for me. Start with how this happened.
Don't touch me.
He'll just take it a hand, just near your shoulder.
There was a sound that hand was it was in the wall.
Okay.
It was spiked in the wall, and then there's fucking blood everywhere saying give back the hand, and they carved a symbol into my house.
Do you recognize that symbol?
No, I mean I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm assuming it's from the Lupine, but I don't know how they work.
Okay. Well, we know where he was last staying. Was at that Holiday Inn 210?
Yeah.
Why don't we go inside, get something to drink, formulate a plan? Maybe we need to head over there and see what they know. We need to see if he checked himself out, if he left alone. We need to figure out where he was potentially heading direction-wise. Said something about a dig site, didn't he?
The sound of metal on metal screeching rings loud as Annabelle wrenches the spiked hand from the door.
Will like visibly shudder.
I will pat my hand as if onto his shoulder, but not at his shoulder. It's gonna be all right, my friend.
Annabelle is going to slide the hand off of the stake and stick the metal stake into the folds of her clothing. And she will stick the hand in the dust pan with the glass shards. Mr. Keats, do you have a trash can available?
Yeah, just walk with me, and I'll show you. Like, I have like a disposal thing next to like a utility, like the inside of a utility closet with all the cleaning shit.
I'll back off a little bit to give him space. But follow.
I'll take the dustpan, of course, and follow when I follow him.
Zeke, give me wits and awareness, please, because you said that you were looking around outside.
Oh, yeah, we were. Don't fuck me. 1, 2, 4, 4 and 2, so that's 6.
Did that include your blood dice?
Ready?
Did that include your blood dice, sir?
Yep, that included blood dice.
Okay, so prior to engaging in the conversation, as you exited the vehicle and were walking up and started looking around, what you would have noticed were a large number of footprints, boot prints, that literally went to both sides of the connex, the set of connexes, almost as if they were circling around it. They're pointing forward, they're pointing back. Hard to count.
How many?
Hard to count because they overlap and tread over each other, but it seems to be a number. As far as you know, you're not a tracker. You're not trained in how to interpret trails and things like that. But it's clear that there's been a number of people.
Do these boot prints or prints, do they look like they're from a person, or are they
boot prints? They look like boot prints.
Are they large boots or small boots?
Varied sizes, but
mixture?
There's a mixture.
Okay. Anything that looks like drag marks or?
Not that you know how to interpret.
Okay. The mark on the wall, I would examine that as we were walking past.
So you're going to stop consoling him to look behind a tarp that he's hung up?
Yeah, we're going to look at the weird symbol.
Okay.
Not that we probably know what it is, but if we could just memorize what it is, we could probably draw it out later. Needed.
You can see on the screen exactly what it looks like.
Negative.
Bottom left corner.
Oh, hang on, I gotta get closer. That red on black is not doing my eyesight well.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I don't personally as a player recognize that one, but okay. I will commit that shape to memory then.
Okay.
Kind of trace it in my palm just so I know the general shape and the general outline of it.
Okay. Annabelle leads Johnathan in, carrying a dustpan with broken glass and a severed hand. You follow shortly behind as Johnathan looks visibly shaken. Is probably not steady as he leads Annabelle back into his home.
Mr. Keats, which room has your alcohol?
I'm not in the mood for any of your games.
Okay. He'll remain quiet from that point. We kind of look around to see if there's any alcohol around the general area. Pour him one.
As you walk in, you definitely are able to identify the bottle of scotch that his friend Percy had given him the night before, that he had poured a glass for everyone. It's still sitting there. Some glasses are still partly filled with said scotch. Some are partly drank.
He'll take 2 of the glasses that are there and fill it to capacity on one of them.
Okay.
He'll just kind of gesture with the glass, like, if you want this, take it. If you don't,
Mr. White, leave the man alone. I'm going to say that as I deposit the stuff into the trash can that Johnathan had pointed me to.
I'll back off then and
Johnathan, she unceremoniously dumps a dustpan full of glass in a severed hand into the trash.
I'm gripping like Bone White, like making a fist, and if I had a beast, this would definitely be a fury frenzy. I'm gonna attempt to strike Mr. White.
Okay.
What would that be, to dot or to?
Johnathan, that'll be strength and brawl.
Yeah. 2 successes.
And Zeke, that'll be strength and brawl. Or dexterity and brawl, sorry.
Yeah, I want to kind of grab his fist.
Johnathan whips around to strike you as if he's punching you in the face.
The dex and brawl?
Yes, please.
Okay. 2, 3 successes.
So you do throw a decent punch. Zeke, however, is just a little more in his mind and is able to catch your punch midair.
This is maybe the only thing I have for my friend, and you're gonna fucking waste it. I don't want to drink right now. I want to find him.
Okay. I'm going to let go now. Do you promise not to swing again?
Yeah, whatever.
I will take that as a yes. So, and he will slowly release his grip on his fist. Let's formulate a plan. You know, logic dictates plans work better than going in there half-cocked. Let's do this right. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Ms. Annabelle,
Yes.
do you think we should help with the investigation?
Oh, we will help our friend, Mr. Keats.
Good.
Mr. Keats, do you have anything you can do in the short term to take your mind off of things for a few minutes?
I'm going. Yeah, I have something. I'm gonna retrace every. I'm gonna look for the symbol.
Okay. Very well, Mr. Keats. Do you mind if I partake in your domain?
Yeah, my haven's yours right now.
Thank you, Mr. Keats. Mr. White,
Yes,
your
Miss
foolishness has cost me this night, and I am not in the mood to hunt and seek out what I need, and so I will take it from you now. You will submit, or I will hurt you.
Player, this is a command.
Yes.
Okay, he will instantly submit. There's no thought. There's no motion. Just he will kneel down on both knees, head kowtowed, hand out, wrist up.
I am going to cross over and I'm going to bite down his wrist and I'm going to I want to feed.
Okay. Jonathan, probably not something you've witnessed before.
I'm not going to say anything
One
about it.
kindred telling another to submit and it just happening. Especially to this act.
I
Probably just
want-
another layer of shit to throw back on top of all the things going through your mind at this very moment.
Yeah, like really, what kind of fucking coterie did I get involved with?
If you bother to listen, you'll hear
I
them.
I wish to take 2 points of hunger off of Mr. White for the time being.
Okay. That is easily doable. Zeke, you will gain 2 hunger. Annabelle, you will slake 2 hunger.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I'm at 3 then.
Yep. As I release his wrist from my teeth, I will lick his where I bit down on him so that it, heals over. Thank you, Mr. White. And I apologize, Mr. Keats. That was unsightly of me, but
Honestly, I don't care.
of course you don't. Why would you?
Pause. Tim, Virginia, Sam. Back at the Haven Club. The detective quickly gets on his phone and starts making a couple of calls. He excuses himself and walks out of the security room and back kind of towards the VIP area where he can make his calls without, interfering with other conversations. Lorenzo is kind of shaken. Like the fact that you identified all 3 of these people without a batting an eye didn't miss his notice. The guy pointed out the fact that the one individual was on your blacklist of not allowed. But the fact that you knew these other 2 people involved in this altercation has kind of set Lorenzo off a little bit. You can tell it on his face. You can tell it with his body language. He seems a little more stiff. He seems to be guarding his thoughts. At least he thinks he is. Tim, you can see this. Sam, you can see this. Virginia, you can read him like a book.
So cute when he tries not to let me read him. So cute. All right. Are you all right, Lorenzo?
Have you heard from Freddie?
No.
We've
No,
not
I
heard
haven't.
from him either, and it's starting to become worrying.
You're telling me. I'm very concerned.
And it's very, very annoying.
With the current climate of late, I haven't been able to go and check on him myself. I was hoping to find some help in checking on him.
Say the word. I'm there. I'll go find him.
I appreciate
but I'm
that,
pretty
Lorenzo.
sure if I leave right now, it'd be bad.
Not only
Yeah.
that, but I have a feeling if something has happened to Freddie, I'd rather it not happen to you as well. So it might be best if you stay here.
Okay. Yeah, because we're supposed to open in like 10 minutes. And here we are
Yeah.
I have to
again
postpone
with
opening a little
police
bit.
cars out the front of our club.
Well, they say notoriety is just as good as any other fame. Might be good for business.
To be fair,
I don't know what to do, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, we don't like it any more than you do.
Oh.
We know how we like to open on time, right? This is throwing us off, and this is pissing me off, and that's not good.
Guys, everyone knows the police don't come to bad parties. Relax.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like this is a continual bad party night after night because shit keeps happening. What is going on?
I wish I could tell you, but I don't fucking know right now. This is a whole mess. I can't even get into how much of a mess this is right now. It's that bad.
It's a whole new level of mess that we got ourselves into that we can't seem to grasp enough to tell anybody.
Sam, you don't even know the half of it. You don't know who those people are.
And sometimes I don't think I should know about those two.
So
the moment you say that,
do you want to enlighten us?
Detective Bacon pokes his head back in the door. Really, Miss Stone?
Exactly as I told you, my stalkers and an old friend. It is a shitstorm.
Tell you what. How about you come with me? I need to take this
of course.
Elsewhere. This conversation can't be had here. Right this way, please.
You always take him to your office, Miss Stone.
I'm going to follow the detective.
He quickly leads you downstairs, out the front door, past the two marked cars to his own unmarked Crown Vic, opens the back door for you.
I'd rather not sit in the back seat if that's all right, and I'm going to pop awe at this point.
He pauses a moment. Look, it's policy. You're not under arrest, Miss Stone, but this conversation needs to be downtown. If you need to call a lawyer, please do so. You're not under arrest.
I totally
but
understand.
This has to be on the record. I can't have this conversation where I don't have this on the record.
No, that's totally fine. I'd just rather not be put in the back of a police cruiser in the parking lot of my establishment.
Then
I have a reputation to uphold in this neighborhood.
Then you can follow me to the station. That will actually work just fine.
Perfect.
Again,
Thank you.
Look, you're not under arrest. I didn't mean to imply that, or I would have read you your rights and put you in irons.
No, much appreciated.
So can we?
I will be down there soon.
Well,
I'm just going to make sure my staff are okay. I'll go back in and get my keys. I'll be right there.
Excellent. Thank you, Miss Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Uniform officers. A couple more cars arrive. There's a couple of guys rolling police tape around the front of the building. A van shows up. What probably is a forensic team of some kind, starting to take pictures. There's a pretty big flurry of engagement at the front of your building. A couple of plainclothes technicians come in and usher themselves as if they know where they're going upstairs to the security office, meeting with Lorenzo, Sam, and Tim as you guys are standing there. A couple of suits show up, address Lorenzo by name, literally calling him Mr. Galassi, naming Detective Bacon and asking for the copies of the security footage that were requested. Lorenzo quickly does what he does as he makes copies, drops a USB stick into an evidence bag that they're holding open. You two aren't asked anything by these two suits. They simply seem to be there to collect, and they turn to leave unless you stop them.
I was watching the whole thing go down and not saying anything. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, Virginia should never send anything with the door open. But then also at the same point, also my fault because I got to close the door.
Granted, I didn't say anything I didn't already tell the detective.
So neither of you two interfere with them collecting the evidence and then heading back out.
I'll be bad for business. And business is important.
Tim?
Yeah, don't say anything. I let him go.
Okay. Virginia, shortly as you turn around to go back into the building to do whatever it is you were going to do, it's not like you don't have your keys. Two suits come down the stairs past you, sealing up an evidence bag with a USB stick in it as they head to the front of the building.
I'm just going to run upstairs real quick. Look in the security room.
And there is Sam, Lorenzo, and Tim.
I'm going to close the door quickly this time and say, okay, should I be concerned?
Yeah, I would be.
Yeah. It's granted. 100% guarantee. Yeah.
I will say I've had dealings with this particular detective before.
Yes.
He shouldn't give you too much problem, but I can't say anything about the people he works for or his coworkers. So tread lightly.
Fair enough. It's a good thing I already have some legal documentation in place with some of these individuals to support my story. So there's that. Not that there is anything to not support.
So what's the story with the restraining order? Did I hear that correctly?
Stalkers. I am a musician of some renown in the jazz community, and sometimes people get a little enamored. I am beautiful after all, too, so that kind of helps.
Fair.
Art is a dangerous business. That's all I'm going to say.
And rather recent, too. It was a couple of years ago now, but I assumed that maybe they would have gotten over it by now, but apparently not. I'm wondering what this all has to do with each other and why they're all here at my club together. Why Charlotte was even here, but that's beside the point.
Remember when Raka just kind of disappeared?
Yeah.
Well, I have a sneaking suspicion that those folks have a larger role to play here that we're not aware of yet. So, again, tread carefully.
Mind your P's and Q's. I've always mind your P's and Q's.
I'm not like Mr. White. My tongue is not as loose.
That is true.
In that case, I'd better not keep the detective waiting. I'm going to skedaddle, and if I don't show back up...
I'll know where to look.
And I'll be right behind him. So actually, someone's got to stay here and run the club. So yeah, I'll probably just have to stay here.
It's probably best not to involve any more people than we've already involved in this. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
At that note, I'm going to go and get in my car.
Be careful. What's the last thing she hears Sam say is be careful. And that's it.
Okay. Tim and Sam, what are the two of you doing?
So basically, I have no reason to be at the club. I'm more interested in following up with Mr. Yeats to see what we can find out about certain objects that we were poking around last week.
Okay. So you heading out of the building and
heading to his place, yeah.
Okay, so Tim turns and gets the hell out of the security room.
I'm taking my vehicle for the record.
Okay.
Someone has to stay here and watch the club, so I'm staying behind and keeping an eye on things. Not that I don't trust Lorenzo, is that it's best if someone of higher management stay behind and make sure that things run smooth. Because while we're going to end up opening anyway, after everything was said and done, it's best if I stay behind.
Sure. So, Tim, strangely enough, on your way out, you're not stopped or accosted. The teams of people that are there seem to be busy doing what it is that they do. They do direct you not to go through the front door, but to take another exit, because apparently they've cordoned off the area to do their thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
So easy enough for you to take a side exit or even the back exit out the kitchen loading dock area, which...
Yeah. So I'd take the back exit, and I'd want to take a quick look around to see who... is anyone watching the police doing their work, right?
Wits and awareness, sir. Three. So, looking around the back of the building, you really don't notice much as you round the building and head towards the parking structure, which I think is where you left your car. Again, there is a person hanging out back in the far back side of the parking lot that's adjacent to the parking structure, kind of like where the dumpsters are. Seems to be lurking in a corner. Has a pair of binoculars that you can tell there's like a glint off of a lens that kind of identifies it.
And so where is he in relation to me?
Across he's at the far end of the parking lot, as where you're out the back and between the Haven Club and the parking structure. He's across the normal parking lot, all the way at the far end where the dumpsters are.
Okay.
If you weren't looking, you would not have seen him.
Yeah, I'm going to go take a look and see who that is.
Okay. Johnathan, Annabelle, Zeke.
Yep.
What are the three of you up to?
Mr. Keats, I understand your desire to find your friend, and I aim to help you in that pursuit. And I'm going to walk outside because I used to track people, and I want to use my investigation and whatever you think I should use to investigate like the area, like the tracks and stuff, and see. I don't know. I'm probably not going to figure anything out, but it's the first step in her plan, as it were.
Okay, so
she announces that she's going outside, correct?
That's what she just said to Johnathan.
I'm yes, I will be back, Mr. Keats, but I would like to take a look around outside.
Johnathan would have his landline like on his ear, and he's taking like a really nice candle holder that you've seen that's like made of silver, and he's like filing it down to like a very, very fine powder that's in a bag.
Okay. Annabelle, go ahead.
There was several footprints up there. I can't discern that, but
that's fine, Mr. White. This is not my first rodeo.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you like me to roll?
Intelligence and investigation as you exit out the door and start to take a look around.
Dang it, seriously? 2 successes?
Okay. What Zeke said gets your attention, kind of pre-programmed your brain to look for that. And you kind of get hung up on the fact that there are lots of boot prints, and they seem to go around to either side of the set of connexes that make up Johnathan's home. If you follow them, you'll see that they do in fact encompass the entire building, as if people were stalking round and around and around this building. And they lead off in different directions if you choose to follow them around the building.
I'm not going to leave the building grounds, as it were. I'll take note that they kind of lead off. So if that's all I see, I'm going to go back inside.
Okay.
When I go back inside, I'm going to pull out my little Dinky's flip phone that I have, and I am going to find. I want to find a contact in there by the name of, shoot, I clicked the wrong thing. It's just under Nose. It's Nathaniel Nose Fardu.
Hey,
I just
bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Give me just a second. Oh, Jesus.
fine.
All right, so so you're giving him a call then?
No. I was just going to send him a text message.
Okay. What's the message say?
The message just simply says, have a job if you're still in the game.
Okay. It'll be a few minutes before you receive a response, but you'll get a winky face followed by a question mark and a $sign.
I'll respond with $sign, yes. So and then I will just say, is this a yes?
The response is address question mark.
I am going to give him the address of the Nosferatu Flophouse.
Okay.
And specify to him, say, if not in area, meet me here in like 2 nights. So
okay, you get a thumbs up.
Sorry, Mr. Keats, my contact or my friend and his assistants may be slightly delayed, but he will be more appropriate to this task than I.
I'm calling the hotel.
Holiday Inn.
Hey, I need to know. My friend is staying there at 210, and I think something. I just want you to check on the room, please.
We can ring the room for you. Would you like me to put you through?
Please.
One moment. There's a little tone, and then it begins ringing and continues to ring unanswered, and will for several rings. As long as you will tolerate the sound of the phone ringing, it will continue to ring.
Yeah, I'll probably wait for probably too long, like 3 minutes.
Sure.
Just shaving away this file, just praying desperately like this is all a bad dream.
Sure. There's definitely no answer. Annabelle and Zeke, you can see him on the phone. You heard him call up, asking to speak to room 210. And yeah, he just sits there listening, filing at this candlestick, turning it into a fine powder.
Mr. Keats, I understand you're upset, but I don't think that phone is
upset. I'm gonna get up and I'm just gonna fucking smash the phone. You haven't seen upset.
Good, you have some fight in you. That'll be necessary for what comes, but I am not your enemy. I am sorry that your friend seems to have stumbled into something that he shouldn't have.
It's my fucking fault.
How so?
Should have taken it away or told him exactly what it was.
Would he wouldn't have believed you anyway, most likely. He was so over the moon. He still would have done something stupid.
Can you give me a ride to the hotel? Maybe they left something there. Maybe he wrote something.
Of course, Mr. Keats. If you have the address, then I can definitely take you there.
Yeah, I'll give Annabelle the address.
Yeah, it's like a 7 to 10 minute ride.
Mm-hmm. Mr. White, you'll be joining us, of course.
Are you sure you don't want me to stay here in case?
No, Mr. White. If they come back, you would be
They're far more dangerous than expected then.
Do what?
I will join you.
Okay. Annabelle will kind of gesture to the door. Mr. Keats, of course, your locks and stuff seem to have held them off this time, so I would recommend locking up again, but...
Yeah. Whatever. I'm gonna meet them there and lock up.
Okay. So you lock up. Annabelle, Zeke, and Johnathan climb into Annabelle's car, I assume, and off you head.
Yep.
Kim, you trudge across. I mean, are you just like making a beeline? Are you like not being tactical about this? You're just like, I see you, fucker. I'm on my way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Do you make a beeline? Are you doing it in haste, or are you just like steadily walking?
I mean, I'm trying to be quiet and not super obvious about it, but I'm not like, and I'm not trying to use stealth to sneak up on him. I'm just
right. And
calmly making my way over to investigate.
Considering
who the
there's
fuck are you and what
pretty
you
much
doing?
nothing between you and him to hide you. This is prior to opening. And at this point, people aren't coming in because of the police presence. It's clear that when you're about a third of the way across the parking lot, that he's spotted you because he ducks behind where you saw him and disappears from sight.
So I'm gonna book it over there to kind of see where he went.
Okay. You make it across. What you see is that there is no one there. There's a couple of footprints in the mud that seem to be a little deeper than they should be, as if someone took off, at a run, and disappears into the tree line.
Does the mud go into the tree line?
Yeah. I mean, for a little ways, and then it's, leaf litter and everything that you find in.
Okay, but the mud actually came out on the other end is what I'm asking.
It definitely trailed off into the woods.
Okay. I'll go to the edge of the woods and kind of take a look.
Okay. There's nothing to see other than, the trees, leaf litter, ground cover. You don't hear footsteps or breathing or ragged running. Someone was definitely there. You can't convince yourself otherwise, and whoever it was saw you coming and made a run for it.
Interesting. All right, I'm gonna head back to my car.
Okay. And where do you head?
Over to Mr. Keats.
Okay. We are going to take a short break. We will be back in probably 5 to 7 minutes. And we hope that all of you will come along for the ride, and we will see you all very shortly. Be right back.
fuck me.
Well, welcome back, everyone, as we hear Zeke break himself. Thank you all for
Literally
joining us
break.
this evening for our Prince William by Night Vampire the Masquerade stream. I just want to get a quick shout out to some of our viewers, our McStabber Studios friends, Macabre Derek, and others. Coffee Cat, I don't know if you're in here or not, but if you are, thanks for joining us. Please, Macabre Derek and McStabber, please feel free to link your Discords and Twitch feeds and YouTubes in the chat if you'd like. And we will jump right back to it. Tim Toon, returning to your car, heading over the few blocks that it is to where Jonathan's home is. You arrive, there's no car out front, or I'm sorry, there's no one there, I should say. As you pull up, there's an odd scene that greets you. You get out of your vehicle, immediately you notice that there's a tarp thrown up on the right side of the door, on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
There's a running hose laid on the ground, kind of to the left of the front door. If you'll roll a wits and awareness.
Ooh, 4.
All right. Other things you notice as you approach the front door, there's bits of glass off to the left side of the as it were, the concrete slab that is his little porch that leads up one step to his door. The door itself has a hole about the size of a quarter going straight through it. You can see right into his home through the hole in the door.
Damn.
Boot prints for days. There's footprints kind of everywhere. It just looks like there's been a march of people through this area.
Interesting. I'm gonna go sit in my car and wait for a little bit. Actually, no, I'll probably look around the house just to make sure like nothing is urgently wrong. Like peek in the windows and see if I see any like bodies or anything. Just anything out of place since I've been there before, you know.
There's no windows on the front. I mean, on the bottom, it's all on the conic things that are on the top.
Oh, okay.
Right. His domicile is a collection of Connex storage shipping containers that have been modified into a home.
Yeah, then I'll just sit in my car and wait.
Okay. You don't check anything out that you noticed walking up?
Well, I mean, I definitely want to look under that tarp. I want to give that hole in the door a little closer look and just kind of the general area and see if I can figure out what the hell happened.
You pull back the corner of the tarp and scratched into the metal and paint is an emblem. It's fairly large. It's not small. It's probably a good 2 feet by 2 feet. It's a large, somebody has marked his building with the intent of it being seen.
So I want to kind of feel the gouge in the metal. Basically, I want to try and like see if I can tell what may have caused this. Like, did they use a weapon? Like, is it?
How would Tim know? Let's see. You could make an intelligence and investigation roll.
Okay. We'll see how
You
good
do
that
have anytime you don't have dots in something, you do have a single die.
Oh, okay.
When I had that fight earlier,
Ooh, 4.
Wow. So as you begin to trace your fingers along the scratch marks on the wall, it occurs to you that they seem to be 2 finger widths apart. It's pretty jagged. Something pointed had to be stabbed and dragged along the metal. But for specifically identifying, it just looks like someone might have taken their hand if they had some sharp objects and literally scrawled this into the wall. Looking through or looking at the hole in the door, it's almost perfectly round. Could be something was shoved through the door. Could have been a bullet. If it was a bullet, it's the size of a quarter, so it had to be huge.
Yeah.
Looking at the glass further, there are pieces of a label that speak to something French. You have enough knowledge and experience in the universe to figure out that this is some kind of bottle of some wine or something.
Would I recognize the label as what Mr. Keats gave to his friend the other night?
Wits and awareness. Difficulty is going to be about 5. It's not like you took a good look at it.
Yeah, it's 2. So no.
No.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, the other thing you do notice is that on the left side of the door, where the hose is kind of laying down, is still running, that there's blood and the scent of copper can be still smelled. There's like a smear of blood towards the bottom of the connex wall that hadn't been washed away yet.
Interesting. So I'm going to finish cleaning up the front and then probably wait in my car.
Okay. Awaiting you go. Annabelle, Zeke, Johnathan, you pull up at the Holiday Inn at Route 66 in Balls Ford Roll.
I'm going to get out of the car and just make a beeline for room 210.
Okay.
I have to take some precautions, so I will be rolling to activate unseen passage.
Okay, so now let me ask this: how do you pull up? Do you like pull up to the front door?
I would just pull up into like one of their little like side parking lot things.
Sure,
they always have those little, instead of pulling up like into the U or whatever that they have up front. So
instead of pulling into the valet loading and unloading area of the hotel, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you pull up on the side, activate unseen presence. I'm assuming you rouse.
I failed the rouse, so I get hungrier.
So hunger again.
Yep.
Peaks up. Johnathan bolts out of the vehicle, heading for the lobby, getting into the building, identifying stairs or an elevator, and beelines that way. Zeke, what are you doing?
As she's getting ready to unseen passage, he would just look at her. Could I borrow your phone for a moment?
Yes, Mr. White, and I will hand him the phone and as I go invisible. But I'm before I activate Silence of Death and get out of the vehicle, I'm going to say, "Come to room 210 when you are done," and then I will follow after Mr. Keats.
He'll just give a quick, like, I agree, and start down the number to Tim's latest burner cell.
Okay, so Tim, the phone rings. We can't hear you, sir.
I'll answer the phone. Hello?
Mr. Toon, it is Mr. E.
Where might I find y'all?
210 Holiday Inn, Route 66. He's in a spiral.
On it.
And then I will hang up, put the phone in my pocket, and start making my way to Toon.
Okay, Johnathan. Up the elevator you go, one floor, come out, the sign indicates 210 is to the right. You beeline, finding room 210.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if it's open.
It's not.
I'm gonna. I'll walk back to the lobby.
Okay, so you don't knock or attempt to go in other than checking to see if the door's open?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming if someone heard me, they'd be like, "Who is it?" or like answer it.
Right. There's definitely no response. The door is locked and shut. And so you head back to the elevator and down back to the lobby. Annabelle, as you, how are you going up the stairs? Are you getting upstairs? How are you traversing this hotel?
I
Are you waiting
was
for Zeke to catch up and get doors open for you?
You know what? No, I would probably have just gone into the front door because they usually have those automatic doors, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. So I don't care if they open and somebody's just like, "Oh, it's the wind." I would have
from time to
gone
time.
in, and I mean, I would have just gone towards a set of stair. If they have those stair accesses they always have off to the side somewhere.
It's easy to identify where the stairs are. The automatic doors do actually open. Not that anybody sees you. There doesn't even seem to be anybody at the front desk at that moment. So the lobby's kind of clear. If you go to the stairs, you can effectively look around, see nobody there, and push the door open and let yourself up the stairs.
I'll go up to the second floor and start looking for room 210 or Mr. Keats, whichever I find first.
Not hard to find. Mr. Keats is nowhere to be seen, but room 210 is not hard to find.
I will go to the door and I will check the door then.
It's shut and locked.
Annabelle is just going to kind of look at the door for a second and debate if she wants to just kind of smash through it, but think better of it. And will work her way back towards the entryway. Oh no, she's gonna hang out by the door for a second, just because she did tell Mr. White to come to room 210. So
okay. Johnathan, you make your way back to the lobby. What do?
I'm gonna start hitting the bell like obnoxious.
As you do, Zeke, you enter just a few moments after you see Johnathan. As you enter the building, Jonathan's coming back out of the elevator and makes a beeline to the registration desk and begins incessantly hitting the little attention bell.
That speaks to me that he was either not there or the room was locked. So I'm just going to pass him and very casually, kind of like if somebody was looking at me, mumble, but speak loud enough for him to hear. Heading up, I'll pop it. He says nothing more and uses the elevator to get to the second floor.
Johnathan, as you're ringing the bell, you catch Zeke out of the corner of your eye, comes in, passes you by, says what he says, and then heads to the elevator without even bothering you any further.
I'm not going to pay attention to that.
Sam, back at the club all by your lonesome with Lorenzo and whatever staff is there, and
Yeah.
the slew of
So,
police and suits
yeah.
doing their job. What are you up to?
Watching and waiting to see when I can open up.
Okay, so
Ain't been all tonight.
so
after
you're
what
in a
happened.
hurry up and wait mode.
Yeah.
Where are you? Are you hanging out in the security booth? Or are you downstairs? What are you doing?
I'm not in their way, so I'm probably sitting in the VIP booth on the second floor, just sitting there, just
Okay,
watching.
so you're overlooking the main dance floor. You can see the
Yeah.
main entrance. You
Yeah.
see the suits and cops are kind of in and out of the main door. You do see Lorenzo goes back downstairs and speaks to a couple of the suits, answering questions, doing whatever Lorenzo does. Your staff begins to filter in through the back door because they've been directed away from the front door by the authorities.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if they need me for anything. If not, I'm just sitting and waiting.
People come in, they see Lorenzo, you'll see them approach him from time to time. Lorenzo, you can see him pointing and kind of issuing commands and orders to the staff, and since no one's told Lorenzo otherwise, he's pretty much gearing the staff to open as business as usual.
Which is perfectly fine. So I do have a small smile on my face because finally we opened up. I would text Virginia, but I know she's driving, and well, not trying to get her in trouble with the cop
That's
in front of
illegal.
her. Exactly, with the cop in front of her. We texted her saying that we just opened up. I'll wait till she parks or when she gets back.
Oh, I
Let you
got
know
confused in this shit. I know what you texted me. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, so pretty much I text her and say, yeah, we just opened up. And I give a smile, and I leave a smiley face emoji at the end of that sentence.
Virginia Stone, it's not a very long ride to the Prince William Police Station, where Detective Bacon is waiting for you at the front of the building.
Do I see my lawyer's car there yet, or has
Not
he
yet.
not gotten there yet?
Have
Okay.
you called him?
I did. I sent you a message a while ago.
I'm paying attention to what's live. No offense.
Yeah,
So I'm
no
kind of
worries.
not catching if anybody's sending me messages and such in Discord or Zoom chat or what have you.
Oh no, I totally figured, but yeah, I'd called my lawyer
Okay.
on the way there.
Your lawyer would respond to your call pretty much saying, keep your mouth shut. I will get there as soon as I can.
Okay.
A typical lawyer response.
Yes.
But Detective Bacon is there waiting at the front of the building for you.
I still have awe going on, so I guess I will exit my vehicle
Okay.
and walk up to him and say, I'm just waiting for my lawyer to arrive.
Okay. Again, let me just be clear. You're not being Mirandized. You're not under arrest. But please come in and we'll wait for your lawyer to arrive.
Absolutely. It's purely business. It happened on my property of my business, so you understand.
I absolutely do. Please, right this way. He walks in. He goes right to a plate glass window where there's another officer behind it. He flashes a badge. You hear a door buzz. He walks to the left of the plate glass window, opens the door, and kind of ushers you in.
All right. I will have a sit.
Well, it's a hallway. He leads you down the hall to what you can only assume after watching enough CSI and everything else as an interrogation room or a quote unquote interview room.
Mm-hmm.
He opens the door and says, as soon as your lawyer arrives, I'll let him know you're here. Can I get you anything? You need a coffee, a water, whatever you need.
I think I'll ask for a tea. I still have Blush of Life going on, so I'm going to ask him for a tea.
I'll be right back. Just please be comfortable. I got to get some paperwork started. I won't be but a couple of minutes, and I'll bring you some tea. No problem.
Thank you so much. I'll wait.
You enter the room. It is a stark room. It's a stainless steel table. There's a couple of chairs. There's literally a stainless steel loop on the top of the table, which you can only imagine is probably for someone in irons. There's a camera in one corner of the room. There is a mirror that your brain says, yeah, that's a viewing window. Probably with listening devices and what have you. You are clearly in an interview room. A couple of moments after he walks out, the door opens again, and 2 suits walk in. They're not wearing badges. They're in nondescript suits. One walks behind the camera, presses a badge up in front of the lens, and you notice the little red LED on the camera turns off. One gentleman takes a post up by the door, standing there. The other, who just waved a badge in front of the camera, takes a seat across from you at the table.
I'm just going to raise an eyebrow, smile, and look at him and say nothing.
Virginia Stone. You are Virginia Stone.
I'm waiting for my lawyer.
But you are Virginia Stone, correct?
I'm waiting for my lawyer. Do you mind if I see your badge?
Badge?
You are an officer, are you not?
Oh, I don't believe I identified myself at all. But you are indeed Virginia Stone. It's really not a question, Miss Stone. We know exactly
I didn't think it was.
who you are. Matter of fact, we know exactly what you are.
Is that so?
It is.
Interesting.
Is it?
I'm just looking at him. I'm not saying anything.
He reaches into his coat pocket, inside of his jacket, pulls out a small print, and places it on the table.
I look at it.
It's you sinking your teeth into something or someone. There's a clear smear of blood from the edge of your mouth off of someone's neck.
Looks like I had a little bit of a lipstick run. What day is that? I might not buy that lipstick again.
I believe you know this person, Miss Stone. He knows you.
Oh, do I?
Give
Oh,
me a
do
wits
tell.
and
You seem
awareness.
to. Okay. I'm just waiting here. There it goes. I have 4 successes. 4 is my lucky number.
As you look at the picture, even though the person's face can't be seen, there is a unique lapel pin that can be pictured off of one edge of the paper. A gift that you've given Freddie.
Oh, do continue. Officer, whatever you are, you seem to know the answers. I'm interested to hear your story.
I have no story. Miss Stone, you understand you are coming with us, don't you? Your lawyer will not be here. The detective isn't coming back into this room.
Oh, that is so cute.
He looks at the person behind you standing at the door and he nods ever so shallowly. Tim, you pull up at the Holiday Inn.
I'm gonna go in.
You see Johnathan stabbing at a bell, ringing it incessantly.
Hard to get good help, isn't it, Mr. Keats?
Familiar voice
Tim,
from behind you
not
calls
now.
out.
I'm not even gonna look back and be like, Toon, not now.
Well, whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, clearly this is not helping. So what do you say you fill me in and we can move forward from there, yeah?
I have to get in my room, 210.
Okay. No, I'll meet you there.
An attendant comes out from the office door. Hey! I'm here. Stop! Can I help you?
Hey, I can't get into my room. It's 210. My name's Percy Young.
Can I see your ID? I'll get you a new room key. No problem.
Hey, it's in my room.
We have policies, and
look, I just got this room. Can you? I just need to go up there, and when I come back down, I'll show you my ID.
This is Mr. Young. Mr. Young, is that right?
That's right.
And she starts typing at the computer. When did you leave your room last?
I left my room last night.
She types a couple of more things. Says, "Hey, I'll be right back. Let me go get a couple of blank keys. I'll be right back." And she turns and goes back into the office.
Okay. I'll look at Toon and I'll just be like, everything is fucked.
Describe everything. I saw your house.
Yeah, my friend is gone.
Ah, that adds up. Interesting. Well, I did finish picking up.
I will like sigh and I apologize. I thank you.
No worries. So next steps, let's head up to the room. Yeah.
You head up to the room and I'll stay here to deal with whatever.
Roger that. We could have just got in. We didn't really need to involve the.
I didn't want to break anything and draw attention either. I mean, if it's just me that has to leave, then that's fine.
Roger that. All right. Heading that way. And I'm going to walk.
Okay. Stairs, elevator.
Elevator.
Okay. Annabelle, as you're hanging outside room 210, Zeke comes down the hallway, looking, door to door. It's numeric. It's not hard to find 210.
When he draws near, I'm going to drop Silence of Death, and I'm going to place my hand on his shoulder, and I'm just going to say, hold the cell phone out, Mr. White.
Okay, so you physically interact with him?
Yes.
Okay, you will break unseen presence.
It's fine.
Message. Instantly, second I hear those words, hand in pocket, hand out of pocket, cell phone in palm. Almost robotic.
I'm just going to grab the phone from him and stash it into my clothes.
There would be one phone call, and there would be Mr. Toon's number. That is all.
Fine, Mr. White. I know you have a habit of losing things, and I don't trust this in your possession, so.
I don't blame you. Speaking of trust, I should make another therapy appointment. Yes.
By all means. If that is what you so choose to do, Mr. White, then by all means. But your therapeutic needs are not my concern right now. Obviously, Mr. Keats is teetering on that precipice.
Should we break the door or jimmy the lock?
You learn nothing, Mr. White.
Tim, as you exit the elevator, you can hear mumbled talk from down the hall in the direction of room 210.
I'm gonna head that way.
I'll turn towards the voice.
You two are the voices.
Yeah.
I'm
just gonna head that direction and say good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Toon. I was trying to extol upon Mr. White here the virtue of not being impatient and creating a scene and causing issues for ourselves. So, where is Mr. Keats?
He's talking at the front desk trying to get a key.
See, he is smart. He knows how to play the games. I suggest we just. Sorry, go ahead.
You'll see him reach into his pocket, grab a pill bottle, take one, swallow. Oh, that's right.
How has this night treated you, Mr. Toon?
Well, it's been really interesting, and I'd love to talk all about that, but probably not right here.
That's smart. I'm trying to be conversational, so I do apologize.
No worries. I'm sure Mr. Keats will be joining us shortly.
Hopefully.
I'm going to look through the peepholes they're talking.
Look through... You're trying to look through the peephole of the room door?
Oh, the room door, yeah.
Have you ever done that?
I have one.
Right. Have you looked through it reverse?
No.
Okay. So you put your eye up and you, Tim and Annabelle, see Zeke try and peer through the peephole in the door. Zeke, you see a fuzzy kind of reverse upside down blur of what's on the other side that you can't really decipher what it is.
Okay. Well, worth a shot.
Johnathan. The attendant comes back out of the office holding a plastic card, has the Holiday Inn logo on it. She walks back up to the computer, types a few things, keeps looking up and down at you, from the computer to you, almost a little excessively. She runs the card through a little swipe machine a couple of times, types some more, and kind of shakes her head. It's not very convincing. It seems like she's putting on an act.
That this is taking a little long, don't you think?
It's the computer system. We've had problems with it.
Look, don't let the floral blouse fool you. Like I don't fuck with me.
Well, no need to get aggressive, sir. I'm trying to do my job.
I'm debating if you're actually trying or not.
I can't force the machine to work. I'm not a computer. I just push buttons and do my job. Just give me a moment. It'll work. I'm sure. Just give me a couple of moments.
I'm gonna peek at her screen.
You're gonna lean in across and look.
Yep.
She kind of, there's a surprised look on her face as you lean across to look at her screen. It's literally on a login screen.
So, any more bullshit you want to tell me?
I'm sorry. And she drops the card on the counter and quickly darts back for the office door.
I will do a cool. Did I notice from me standing there for so long? Did I notice if there's like? I'm pretty sure there's a camera on me, right?
There's cameras in the lobby. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a typical hotel lobby.
Yeah. I'm going to get behind the computer.
Okay, so she darts back into the office. You can hear her throw a bolt.
Mm-hmm.
There's that little elongated window that's on there. You can see her reach and pick up a phone. So what do you like? Just hop over the counter?
Yep.
Okay.
And I am going to try to hack into this computer.
Okay. Throw me some intelligence and technology.
That is 6 successes with a messy crit.
Okay. As you bound over the counter, you take a quick look at the console, the little monitor that's there, the keyboard. There's literally a sticky note on the bottom left corner of the monitor with some letters and numbers on it. Mm-hmm. You try them, and it's actually the password that lets you into the hotel's lobby system. The menu is kind of dummy proof. It's a user interface. There's like a big button that says guest check-in. There's all these standardized things. One of it is key cards. Mm-hmm. You follow the console. There's some pretty basic things that walk you right through the process of generating a key card. There's even an on-screen little GIF that shows you swiping the card on the little reader.
I am going to make I'm going to click all the tabs she had open and just make a quick like mental note of like what she was doing and why she's freaking the fuck out.
Okay, so she, looking at what she had on the screen, she was checking the guest register, the key logs for that particular room. Mm-hmm. And there's a log entry for when the keys are marked in and out, when the doors are open and closed to show occupancy or not occupied. It occurs to you very easily that when she questioned you about the last time that you left the room, that she absolutely checked the proximity reader on the door and the entry log.
Okay. Then I'm gonna hurry up, make a make a key, and run through the stairs to try to get in.
Okay. Annabelle, Tim, Zeke, as the three of you are talking outside the room, you hear the crash of a door somewhere back down the hallway. You turn and look as you see Johnathan booking it towards you.
And here comes player 4.
Mm.
I'm gonna be like, we have like 10 minutes at most.
All right, well then let's take advantage of it. Get moving. Open that door.
Pop it.
Johnathan, you get there, stick the key card in, the door opens, and you enter the room. It's a pretty standard Holiday Inn hotel room. There's a bed, there's a small desk, there's a little tiny kitchenette area that's kind of got dirty cups and things kind of laying there. Looks like it's, been occupied at some point. On the desk, there's some books and journals that are out and kind of spread around. The bed's not made. There's a small pile of dirty clothes by the bathroom door and some dirty towels.
I will, Mr. White, grab all the books. Tim, grab the clothes. Maybe there's something in the pockets. And
There any signs of a struggle?
No.
Yeah.
There's not.
Is anything out of place or maybe like something messy?
Let me ask you, how would you determine that in a room that looks otherwise used?
Touche.
You don't see any obvious signs that things have been like thrown around or broken or ripped open. There's there's not like a piece of luggage with clothes strewn everywhere.
Okay.
It looks
There's
like,
nothing obvious.
yeah, it looks like somebody's been in this room, used it, and left it the way that you see it, as far as you can tell.
I'll do as Mr. Keats instructs, package the books, but at the same time, I'm rifling through drawers. I'm kind of just looking for anything. Like the Bible, is the Bible there?
You find a Gideon Bible. There's the hotel little pamphlet filled with local eateries that deliver to the hotel. There's some clothes in the drawer folded up. There's a couple of jackets and stuff hanging in the little entry closet. But really nothing that sticks out other than the books and journals that were on the table.
I'll grab the books and journals and kind of rifle through the jacket's pockets.
Couple of empty bottles at the mini bar. That's about it.
I'm just going to grab the sheet and wrap up all his dirty clothes and stuff.
Okay.
I'll do the same thing with the fitting with the books.
Virginia.
Yes. So
The suit nods
I'm going to have
to the person behind him after making the statement about you're not leaving here, your lawyer's not going to be here. The detective's
he
not
says
coming
that,
back.
I am going to use an ability that I am excited to use. I'm going to summon Tim.
Wow. Really?
Yes.
What?
He can't put himself in harm's way. That's what I've been reading. I've been reading about the thing. He's not going to put himself in
Oh, yeah,
harm's
I know.
way. He's just going to
I
have
know.
a sudden need to go see me. So it's perfect. That'll tell him something's wrong.
Okay, if you'll please do a rouse check.
Absolutely. I gain a hunger.
Okay. Now you have used awe on Tim recently. Well, in his presence recently.
It says anyone I've met, supernatural or human.
Yep.
Not necessarily that I've used presence on them, but that I've even met them. So that's pretty cool.
Okay.
I was debating calling someone else, but I
Tim,
could get in shit for that.
Would you roll me composure and intelligence, please?
Ooh. 4.
Okay. Virginia,
Yes.
make your roll, please.
Shit, what's
That's
that again? I gotta look at that
manipulation,
again.
presence.
That's exciting. Sorry. That's like a lot of dice and it's a social roll, so
I can also say
oh, I got 7 successes.
Okay. So as the suit nods, you begin a summoning, calling out to Tim Toon. Tim, as you're beginning to bundle up dirty clothes and a bed sheet, other belongings, whatever you can just throw in and make this, makeshift carpet bag, as it were, your beast tickles the back of your brain. We gotta go. She's in trouble. You get a sensation, kind of a fuzzy picture in your mind of Virginia Stone screaming your name.
Fuck.
Screaming help.
All right, guys. I hate to interrupt this particular shit show with another and separate shit show, but I gotta go. You may want to come help. You may want to not. How do you feel about
There's
the police?
probably nothing else here. I don't feel like there's a need for police, but that's another story.
Mr. Toon,
Yeah.
is it one of our compatriots?
Yeah, Virginia's in trouble. We need to go now. Like
I cannot do
now.
Well, we have all this shit from here. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. I'm heading directly there in my vehicle.
Do any of the three of you have any contacts with the police?
No.
So, Tim, I'm assuming as Zeke's talking, you're bolting out the door with bundle,
Yeah.
or did you like just drop it and go?
Oh, with the bundle? No, I left that shit. And
I'm grabbing the bundle then.
not on my mind at the moment.
Okay, Annabelle, what are you doing? I mean,
I was just because it was free. I was going to say once they entered the room, I was just going to use Cloak of Shadows and stand in the hallway.
okay,
Just hanging out, just kind of, But when Toon comes running out, I'm going to stick my head into the door and just say, "It looks like it's time to go," and I'm going to start heading towards my car as well.
Let's go towards the back, like out of the back entrance.
Oh, yeah, of course.
so all of you head for
fire escapes.
The stairs.
Yeah.
Down the stairs.
I'm clearing both bundles.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll pull the fire the alarm.
And I'll just yell, "Fire!" at the top of my lungs as I'm running. Mine too.
Okay. So Johnathan yanks on a fire alarm on his way down the hall towards the stairs. Zeke begins yelling fire at the top of his lungs. Everybody bolts down the stairs, out the side door of the stairwell. Tim running to his car. I assume Zeke, Johnathan, and Annabelle back to hers, or
I was gonna say I'm just gonna be like get in the car. This seems to be urgent, so
And
I will try to do my best to keep up with Mr. Toon.
off you
So-
all drive. Sam, it's
Mhm.
kind of another night at the Haven Club as Lorenzo goes about doing exactly what you expect him to do, getting everybody on the same page, even despite the disturbance of the police and forensics and everybody out front of the building. You up at the VIP section, kind of overlooking everything. What are you doing? I mean,
Besides, I sent to Virginia another text to see if she's okay and if she's on her way back. While I'm working my way down to the floor to go mingle, say hello, see if the staff need anything or the patrons need anything.
patrons as yet have not been allowed past the parking lot due to police cordon and them doing their job. The staff, however, has all shuffled in for the evening, going about their business. This is not the first time that they've had to work around police at the Haven Club. They do what they're supposed to do. I'm sure that it raises eyebrows and causes questions like, why the hell are we working here? Not again. There's probably little skippers of rumor and shadowed talk between waitresses and waiters and cooks and busboys as you make your way through the building.
Yeah, and I'm mumbling to myself, yeah, I'm going to have to pay extra to keep these guys from saying anything or quitting. Oh, boy. I think Virginia will understand that. Yeah, we kind of need them, and so paying extra to keep them here and keep them hushed, not really kosher in our opinion, but it needs to be done. And I do go talk to one of the lead technicians to see if it's okay for us to open up, because they got patrons waiting outside, and the fact that they're not in and mingling and talking, it's really not settling well on my stomach.
All right,
And
so
it's pissing me off.
you go up to the team of investigators and police at the front of your building and making your case. Somebody who identifies himself as the lead detective on the scene. Mr. Smith, we're trying to wrap this up as quickly as we can. If you really need to have people moving through here, is there like a side door you can use? You can let your patrons in, because we're going to be probably another good hour here. We got to do our job.
I don't care if you got to do your job. You're ruining my job. And my job is to have this place open on time. I don't care what you got to do, but wrap it up.
Mr. Smith,
you know who I am? I run this place. And you are in my way. I'll be doing my job. So either you wrap it up or they're coming to the front door.
Mr. Smith, please don't threaten us. We're the police. We're doing our job.
And you're taking so long at it. I feel like I'm going to sleep.
The lead detective looks over his shoulder. What? You said that's going to take another hour? Okay, John. Mr. Smith, we'll be done as soon as we can, sir. Again, if there's like a side door or something you want to use to allow your patrons in, you are more than welcome to. But as soon as our team is done, we will be sure to wrap up and leave your facility.
Just wrap it up and leave. And I walk over past them, walking over to the patrons who are standing at the parking lot. And I'm saying, I'm sorry, guys, but something happened, and now I have to have you guys go through the side entrance of the club. And I know that you guys don't like going through the side entrance. Hey, I don't like going through the side entrance. Now, follow me. And we'll go into the side. We'll just go on the side of the club.
You seem to have generated some fervor amongst the crowd gathered outside as they kind of side with you. They're like, screw these people, screw the authority. Sam starts to get a little bit of a chant from the people that know him. He goes, Sam, 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 as they all do follow you around the side of the building to be let into the club.
Yeah, so I'm letting them in the club, and I say, thanks for humoring me at least. But I do love the fact you guys are on my side tonight. The fact that they're taking too long. And they're ruining the taste, the flavor of what the Haven is supposed to be by having y'all come through the side entrance. Next time, I will make sure that they are gone before we even open up.
Next time.
But for now, let's go in and have a good time, right?
The crowd kind of cheers and follows you. There's a nice little parade of people. The doorman and the security team begin to shuffle people around the side and away from the activity at the front door. Virginia.
Yes. I do have another move planned here.
Okay.
I'm going to try to entrance the gentleman that is at the door.
You're going to turn around and look at him?
Oh, yeah. With my big old baby blues. Flutter some eyelashes and use some of this entrancement shit.
So as you turn your attention away from the suit in front of you, you see him pointing some kind of weapon at you as he pulls the trigger.
Aw, Jesus.
You
I don't know if
have
I'm fast enough.
the breath of a moment, and I will offer you a dexterity and athletics.
I'm going to try it. Athletics, I've got 2. It's my dex. That's shitty, but it'll do. I think. Oh! It's a 4 dice pool, and I got 5. I got a crit. Virginia ain't going down yet.
Okay, so as you turn with the intention of gaining the attention of individual pointing a weapon at you, you see his finger squeeze the trigger the slightest bit, and there's a slight flash from the front of the weapon that he's pointing at you. Your instincts give you just the briefest of moment to turn your body just enough to avoid 2 darts with wires poking out the back of them, flying forward. It is an inhuman move. This is something that no person should have been able to avoid at this range. The unfortunate circumstance of it, as you turn, you hear a yelp behind you as whatever was intended for you strikes the individual that you turned away from. You hear the clear arc of electricity. You can hear it. You can almost smell the ozone created by the amount of electricity that was clearly moving through this taser-like device. The smell of burnt flesh immediately fills the room. There's a brief look of surprise in the person's face that just pulled the trigger as you see him reach behind him.
Well, I don't know how fast I am, but I'm going to get up and try to knock his hand away from whatever he's trying to grab.
Okay, so you're already turning to face him. You kind of went askew to avoid whatever came out of the front of the weapon he fired at you. So you're pretty well positioned to take an action. What do you do?
That's a good question. I mean, I could try the throat chop, see if I can knock him out. I might just pick up my chair and try to smack him with it. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to hit him with my chair.
Okay, so you grab back of the chair I will give you a strength and melee.
That's shitty too. Okay. I got 3 dice for this one.
You got this, girlfriend.
I got 3 successes. The dice don't hate me. It's not great, but it's not as bad as it could have been.
The suit, as you grab the chair, drops the weapon that he fired. The arm that he thrust behind his back comes out, points at you as you fling a chair. I don't know if you fling it or if you're swinging it. Which is it?
I'm probably just gonna throw the chair at him. I don't think Virginia's had many chair fights, so she's just gonna throw it at him.
He definitely ducks. He's very lithe, moves with the moment, is clearly a trained person in his body language. You've seen Lorenzo, you've seen Freddy function in their roles. So you can recognize trained bodily actions, and this one is trained. Ducks out of the way, pulls another similar looking like weapon, pointing at you, pulling the trigger at the same moment.
Oh, good. Is there any way I can use my momentum to dodge out of the way, seeing as I just flung a chair?
Again, you see a flash pointed directly at your chest as your body's kind of turned as you throw a chair. You're kind of already in momentum. Hard to dodge unless you had rapid reflexes.
I have cat's grace, but that's about as much as I got. I do.
So I will give you a dexterity athletics with your cat's grace. You have the ability to maintain your balance and move. It's not rapid reflexes, but you are very lithe.
Oh, I got 6 successes.
Wow.
I don't know if you can see it there, but
wow.
I'm going away.
No, we can't see it.
I'm going away again. Well, it's there. It's really hard to see, but I got it.
If only the rest of you could see what's going on in this little interview room.
I am wheezing.
I'm pretty sure it's being recorded. We'll see it eventually.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I gotta breathe.
No, considering they turned off the camera when they came in the room.
Yep, lights off. No video.
Yeah, so you fling the chair at him. He ducks, pulls another weapon, firing it at you. And again, you kind of pirouette, do a half pirouette and a almost ballerina-like move and avoid yet another pair of barbs striking out across the room that you can hear tink off the wall opposite where you were just standing. Tim, Annabelle, Johnathan, Zeke.
Yo.
The strobe lights are going off as you exit the building. The sound is singing throughout the Holiday Inn. The lights have all flooded to full brightness out in the parking lot. You can see people starting to exit the building as you reach your vehicles and begin to leave. Where do you go? Tim, you don't have an exact location. You kind of have a general idea. Like your brain is pulling you in a direction.
I knew where she was headed.
True.
So, and based on the circumstances, I'm assuming what I warned her about has taken place.
Okay.
So it's mad dash to the police station.
Johnathan, Zeke, Annabelle, you guys are following? Because Tim's in a big move.
That's up to Annabelle. We're just passengers.
This is true.
I'm following as best I can. I am still not the most graceful of drivers, so.
Okay. So the 4 of you speed off. Virginia.
Yes.
What do you do now? You're a vampire. You're faster.
Yes. I'm thinking I might jump on him and try to eat him.
Thinking or doing?
I'm doing it. Fuck this guy.
Yes.
He's tried to
Okay.
kill me twice. Fuck him.
Well, he's only like an arm's length away from you. I mean, he was standing behind you, so
Yeah.
it's not hard for you to lay hands on him. What exactly do you do?
I think I'm going to try to snake around. So I've kind of jumped on his back, kind of. And that way it's hard for him to shake me off. And I'm going to, I guess, go for the jugular.
Okay, so basically as he ducks out of the way, you're kind of like just leaping on top of him.
Yep.
Okay, give me dexterity and brawl. That's kind of a grapple
Yeah, it's going to be,
move.
it's a really shitty roll for me, too. Can I add a dice for my cat's
You can
grace?
rouse the blood
Okay.
and tap your blood's potency.
I think I might. So does that mean do I gain a hunger for that?
Rouse
do I
the
have to roll
blood
for it?
first.
Yep. Okay, that's a success.
Okay, so you do not gain hunger, but you will gain the dice for your potency.
Nice. And that is
You have a potency of 2 that gives
Right
you
here.
1 extra die.
yeah, and I have 3 successes.
Excellent. So you definitely are able to grapple this guy. You kind of jump and pummel on him. Now that you have hold of him, he begins to struggle. But you definitely have him in a compromised position. What are you doing? Like
I'm biting him, going for the jugular.
Okay, so
Right for it. Fuck him. He tried to kill me. At least I think so. I don't know.
well, he's fired at you twice.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of that.
So that'll be strength and brawl again.
Great.
You do have the roused blood. You've tapped the potency of your vampiric blood, so you have that extra die.
I have 3. That's once again, I got 3.
3 successes?
Yeah.
Well, from where you are, you latch into his neck. There's a brief there's like this sudden screech of "this wasn't supposed to go that way" scream.
I'm not gonna kill him. I just want to drink enough that he is too weak to do much of anything.
Okay, so you begin to drink. He's not just letting you do it. He is struggling.
Yeah. That's cool.
Poorly. Yeah, damn. Storyteller's got no dice today. You see him trying to maneuver his arms like inside his coat as he's kind of like trying to buck you off of him as you sink your teeth into his neck. He is panicking, continually trying to throw you.
That's cute.
Sure. Annabelle,
Yes.
Jonathan, Tim, and Zeke.
Nope.
Tim, are you like balls out? Like just raw?
You're
You did,
No,
sir?
I'm purposeful, but not out of control.
Me.
Okay, so you're hauling boogie, but I got you. Where she's at is not far. Like everything that's going on has been within minutes of each other. It does not take you long to get to the Prince William Police Station over off of Sudley Manor Drive, which isn't more than 1.5 miles from the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
You pull up. It's night at the Prince William Police Department. There's not a lot of people around. There's a couple of unmarks. There's a couple of marked cars outside. Looks like a couple of civilian vehicles are out there. What are you doing?
So basically, I'm thinking my plan is to walk right in the front door and ask to speak with Detective Bacon.
Okay.
So before I do that, however, though, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to make a couple rouse checks. At least I know for sure toughness
Okay.
for whatever's about to happen. Ooh, I get hungrier.
Okay.
And essentially, I want to have Daunt at the ready, but
Daunt doesn't cost you anything to use.
okay, yeah, okay. And then I
Toughness
guess
does.
that's the big one. I wanted to make sure that one was on. But I guess if I need anything else, I can just rouse for it again. So
You can. So Annabelle, Jonathan, and Zeke, you guys pull in right behind Tim as he gets out.
oh, and blush of life, obviously.
All right, so
Sorry.
you rouse for that, please.
Yeah. Whew. Don't get hungrier.
Okay. You guys see Tim pull up, slams to a screeching halt into a parking spot, gets out of his car, and storms to the front of the police station.
Is this the police station by the Nosferatu Flophouse?
No, it's actually a
Okay.
different one. That's the Manassas Police.
Okay.
There's the Manassas City Police, and then there's the Prince William Police.
Gotcha. I was just double checking. I'm not going to pull into the police station parking lot. I will kind of like go past now that I've seen Tim pull in there, and just try and find a spot that's not like necessarily just in front view of all their cameras and stuff. Because yes, reasons. So I don't know what the area around that looks like. I'm trying to find it on the map. Real fast.
It's on Sudley Manor Drive between 234 and Sudley Road.
Oh shit. 234.
So basically on three different sides, near three different side streets near the Prince William Police Department are basically residential neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
It's on a nice little piece of property by itself. There's lots of open ground around it. There's not a lot of obstructions. There's no trees. There's, street lamps everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a well-lit facility.
I just didn't want to park like in their parking lot with all their cameras
you
that I
can
know are
pull
there.
off on the street near it.
So,
and
I'll just pull down a little bit, and if there's I'll just so that I'm not impeding the flow of traffic, but also, yes. And then I'm going to kind of turn off the car. I'm just going to kind of turn. This is the point of no return, gentlemen. Do you take that next step?
Zeke is visibly shaking by the time they get to the police department. I can't be here to help. They know who I am. We would have bodies for days. I can be the getaway, but I can't go in.
That's fine, Mr. White. Mr. Keats, do you proceed past this point?
Yeah, why not? I'll get out and slam the door and try to follow Tim.
Mr. White, stay here. Mind the car. Don't keep it running. And I will pocket my keys, my car keys. But as I get out, I am going to now pray I don't get hungry, and I'm going to do Unseen Passage.
While she's doing...
Yay, pass, finally. So I'm going to do Unseen
While she's yelling at him... While she's yelling at him to stay, he's going to mask of 1,000. Oh, fuck me, beast of failure.
Okay. Well, as far as you're concerned, you grow hungrier, and as far as you know, you've enacted Mask of 1,000 Faces, assuming the visage of some unknown person sitting in a car.
How do I look?
As far as you know,
I was asking Annabelle before she leaves.
oh,
I
How
don't,
do I look?
Mr. White, you just look like Mr. White. What do you want me to say?
Do I look indistinguishable from anybody else?
would Annabelle even stop to answer that question given the situation?
Annabelle knows that she's got to keep on moving. So as I continue away from the vehicle, I am activating my full suite of obfuscate abilities. So Silence of Death, Ghost in the Machine, and I will will continue moving towards the police station.
Okay.
I'm kind of cranking this down so he leans back. He's
Okay.
empty.
So you just kind of like slouch back in the vehicle to
Yeah, so,
be as unseen as possible.
yeah, just in case.
Okay. I got it.
He's-
You're lurking. I got it.
Yeah.
Sam, as far as you know, the night continues as normal, sans a reply from Virginia. There's no reply.
Yeah.
You know that she was going off with the detective to answer some questions.
And that's all I know.
Right. And it's probably an appropriate non-response. So it's not like it gets
Yeah.
your attention. There's a lot of laughter and chatter amongst the club goers about you standing up to the cops and telling them what's what. But still
And they're
marching.
not ruining tonight. I refuse to let them ruin tonight's business or anything in particular.
Okay. I'm sorry we don't have more for you than that at the
That's
moment.
fine. That's fine. What I'm witnessing is more fun than me running this club and having the Patriots actually on my side tonight. Yeah, this is fine.
Virginia,
Yes.
as you snack on the suit, the voice of the person who sent you flowers enters your mind as you drink. It's not exactly her voice. It's your voice. The beast, your beast. In her soothing tones, her smiling face, her soft mannerisms urging you on.
As much as I'd love to drain this asshole for making me muss up my dress, I think it's much more fun to have another plaything.
And what do you do?
Oh, I'm draining him until he's unconscious. I don't want to kill him.
Throw me a willpower check.
Okay.
You've been attacked, trapped in a room, told that this is it.
I got 4 successes.
You are
I am
able
cackling.
you are able to keep your wits. And while the urge to continue draining this meat bag for his absolute arrogance and thinking that he could possibly ever tell Virginia Stone what was what, you resist the urge to kill this poor human as he begins to become limp in your grip as you drink.
Cool. I'm going to seal up the holes I put in his neck, and I'm going to feed him some of my blood while he's motionless.
Okay. It is not hard to accomplish. There is no resistance. You will successfully feed him a point of your blood. You will gain a hunger. So you will be
It's
at
okay
2.
because I think I just lost 1, so
Yep.
that's good. Perfect. Yep.
As you
nothing
come
changes.
as you come out of the mindset and the ecstasy of feeding, especially on something that just attacked you, you're mildly aware that there is another behind you on the floor, stinking of ozone and burnt clothing. There's a small tinge of burnt flesh in the air.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the suit on the ground now. He's kind of incapacitated, if you will. I'm going to walk over to the stinking man and see if he is still alive.
When you turn to look at him, whatever was coming through that taser was not meant for a human.
Oh,
His clothing, at least on his chest where the two probes hit him, is incinerated. There is a bubbling scar of flesh underneath that has blackened due to the constant flow of electricity. There seems to be no life in this person. Eyes bulging out of his face, almost popping, as it were. There's blisters on the skin around the two probes where they contacted his chest. Hands are clenched, arms are bent in weird angles and seem to be mildly twitching.
oh, gross. I'm going to take the suit jacket of the one that is currently sleeping it off, and I'm going to cover it because I don't want to look at it. That's kind of gross.
The two probes are still connected by two wires to the device that was fired. There's a green LED that keeps strobing. As you look, you can see that it almost matches the twitches of the now corpse.
Oh, good. I'm going to go see if there's a way to turn that off because I don't want to die today.
Pause. Tim, Johnathan, Annabelle, as the three of you go into the police station of the Prince William Police Department, there is a desk sergeant behind what you would probably assume is some kind of bulletproof glass. There's a little, mesh speaker holes that you can talk through. There's a little pass-through cubby at the bottom of the window. He definitely looks up as you come in. Can I help you?
Good evening, Detective Bacon, please.
We'll start laughing.
Yeah, not the time. Detective Bacon, please.
Can I tell him who's asking?
Just tell him it's Tim. He should be expecting me.
Okay, at this hour? Okay. Yeah, hey, have a seat. Have a seat. I'll see if he's in the building.
Thank you.
He turns around, he picks up a phone, and he talks into it. Hangs it up. Tim, is it?
Yeah.
He said he'll be out in just a couple of minutes. Just have a seat. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You have a good night. I'm going to go. Sit.
Okay. There's a couple of benches in the waiting room. There's plaques about Manassas police and previous and past sergeants and people who have run the place. Not an exciting lobby.
Tim, do you trust this person?
Not at all.
Yeah. Does anybody have a contact they trust here?
I have some. I used to think this was one of them, but that has turned out to be inaccurate.
That whole shit at the Holiday Inn will probably need some assistance.
Yeah. I do have some resources that may prove useful, but this is the pressing issue, unfortunately. We will handle yours as quickly as I can.
Yeah.
I just wanted to note that Annabelle understands there's a shitload of cameras. She's probably just actually milling around out in the parking lot. So if on the cameras, all they will see, of course, is the like weird ghosty blur thing wandering
Sure.
around. So yeah, because I didn't want to necessarily go into the police station.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Probably a good call.
yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna soaring leap up onto the. I'm gonna jump up onto the roof.
Okay.
That way, I'm out of camera shot then. So I'll just walk over to a wall and just. So
The Annabelle special.
Dexterity and athletics, please.
all right. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that sucks. This is gonna be all hunger dice. Never mind. I'm gonna Kool-Aid man this wall. I failed all of them. 4, 4, and a 3.
Okay, so you make the leap, but misjudging the height by just enough to smack into the side of the brick building, breaking your unseen passage, breaking your concentration to hold silence of death, tumbling back to the ground. It will take you a moment to realize that this just occurred because you're a fairly confident individual, and this is not what you expected to occur.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I saw Robin hitting a window.
It's kind of like that.
Ooh, shiny smack. Ooh, shiny smack.
Zeke, as you watch this, the entrance to the Prince William Police Department, you notice something hits the upper edge of the third story of the Manassas Prince William Police Department and tumbles back to the ground out of nowhere.
Do I see this individual after they land?
Not from where you are. Kind of hard to see that. But you definitely see something bounce off the wall and tumble to the bottom of the building.
Zeke is just going to smack his head against the steering wheel so the horn honks. It's like, oh,
Okay.
maybe it's a distraction or to get this person to realize, hey, you're standing out in the open. There's cameras around.
Annabelle, Tim, Johnathan, the three of you hear the brief honk of a car horn from the parking lot.
Just once.
I'm going to ignore it.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at Tim, and I think we both just like give each other like a knowing like look.
Just shake our heads.
Virginia, back in the interview room, a corpse and a sleeping suited person crumpled on the floor. What are you doing?
I'm going to be going through pockets
Okay.
and seeing what I can find on them.
The only thing that you find on either of them, the two weapons that were fired at you from the one individual, the other has a similar two weapons that have not been fired. Both are carrying a what looks like a proximity card, but no identification, no real badges, and free of pretty much anything else save like the occasional pen.
Well, I'm going to take the proximity cards and the unfired freaky taser things.
Okay.
Because I still have a purse, and it is a nice and large purse. I'm going to stash them in there.
Okay.
And I don't really know what else I could do at this point. I've summoned Tim. I'm sure he's on his way. At least I think that's how this works.
Okay.
I might actually take the proximity card and try the door.
Okay.
Just to see if it works.
So you wave the two badges near either side or edge of the door where you think the lock might be, there is indeed a slight click.
Interesting. I'm not going to open the door. I'm concerned that if I peek my head around the door, someone might see me and there might be more waiting.
Okay.
I guess I'll sit here and look at Pretty Boy for a minute.
Mm.
Tim, Jonathan, a couple moments pass. You hear the honk out in the parking lot. And Detective Bacon does indeed come behind the control door. Tim? Why are you here?
I was just checking up on Miss Stone. I know we saw each other earlier this evening, and I was expecting to meet her later tonight, but I guess she wasn't done with her interview, or...
I think she's waiting on her lawyer.
Yeah, that sounds like her. Interesting. Okay. Any idea?
How long ago was that?
I mean, it was a few hours ago.
What, since she got here?
I would think so, yeah.
It's been maybe an hour of total time for everything that's occurred, because all of this has been going on concurrently, not one after the other.
Okay.
It's been a conglomerate of stuff in a short amount of time with the dispersed groups of people.
Basically, I'm trying to play it off cool to the detective and be like, yeah, I just didn't expect her to be this long, trying to...
Yeah, we haven't heard from her lawyer yet, and he hasn't shown up. She's just, she's in the back.
Oh, okay. Can I talk to her real quick? Is that...
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Let's, I'm assuming you have to come with me, right?
Yeah, you just can't walk around back there.
I figured.
You guys got IDs, right? I get you some visitor passes.
Mr. Keats, you don't necessarily need to come with. I'm just going to talk to her and we can be on our way.
Yeah, no, I was just going to stay here.
Okay,
yeah. Come on up, Tim. And he just knocks on the glass and kind of nods at the guy behind the glass. Visitor pass. Give him your driver's license. It'll be all right.
Okay. I throw my license.
He takes it. He taps some at the computer, and then passes a little card with a red V on it and on a lanyard. Hey, just wear that, man, when you're back here. Just, don't take it off, okay?
Yep.
He waits for the guy to buzz the door. There's a slight buzz and a click, and he lets you in past the control door. He leads you down a short hallway, turns left and right again, and then walks up to one of the doors, knocks twice on it. Virginia, you hear 2 knocks from the other side of the door.
Oh, good. I guess I'm going to scramble into a corner and start sobbing uncontrollably.
Okay. He passes an ID card towards one side of the door. Nothing you haven't seen before, Tim. You hear a click, and he pushes the door, and the door seems to be blocked. He kind of pauses for a moment and then tries to look in past the door jamb, and then looks suddenly alerted.
What's wrong?
Doesn't respond to you. Instead, he shoulders the door viciously, busting into the room.
I'm going to follow him and close the door behind me.
You see him reach for his gun.
Yeah, I'm going to grab his gun.
Give me strength and brawl. And you do get your ambush.
Oh, well, I also have a brawl specialty in grappling armed mortals.
10 out of 10.
You
It's
don't get
specialty.
all of them. Pick which one you want.
Tim is the eaters.
I think I'm gonna take the brawl one. So, so what? Strength and brawl, basically.
Yeah, strength and brawl plus your brawl specialty as it applies.
Okay. And yeah, I think that's enough dice.
I mean,
I already have toughness on, so
right.
if I need potence, I'll rouse for it.
I mean, this is your guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it shouldn't be terribly difficult to accomplish this particular task, right? 5 successes.
You trap his hand as he reaches for his gun. What do you do the moment you do that?
I'm just gonna kind of lean in and be like, "You don't want to do that. Let's have a chat." And I'm gonna close the door behind me, and I'm gonna turn on Daunt.
I already have awe going on too, so
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
I
do
have
you
not
really?
dropped that
Yeah,
yet.
she did.
No.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind then. I'll leave.
No,
Daunt off.
no.
Let's just confuse everybody.
No,
That's
no.
always goes well, right?
You guys make my life so fun.
I'm having Freddy in the cave flashbacks.
I'm having like gangster almost gunfight flashbacks. But Tim was using awe.
Virginia, from your vantage point of taking up a corner, you see the door nudge open. You see the guy that you drank from, kind of his body rocks a little bit. You don't recognize the face at the door right away, and then the door bursts open, shoving the one suited person out of the way as you see the face of Detective Bacon burst through. As that happens, right behind him, you see the face of Tim Toon come into the room, taking and manhandling Detective Bacon, talking into his ear as he does, sliding the door closed behind him as he enters the room. Detective Bacon has a shocked look on his face as he notices the corpse still smoking with 2 probes sticking out of his chest on the floor. The body he just shoved out of the way as he turns rapidly to see the hand and arm of Tim Toon wrapping around his hand as he gripped his weapon. He has kind of an astonished, weird, confused look on his face as he then notices you experiencing the effects of awe. There's a wash of fear that hits him from behind. There's a roller coaster on his face. He's caught between these weird mind spaces. What the two... Tim, you feel intense the second you grab a hold of him.
I can't see the look on his face, right?
No.
Okay, but I can tell Miss Stone has awe on, correct?
Sure, you can tell that. You absolutely know the moment you open the door.
So as soon as I feel him tense up after I pop Daunt, and I notice that she has awe on, I'm going to drop Daunt.
Okay. How do I manage that?
Basically, that
I know.
the point I was, I threw him off kilter, so now he's kind of okay. What's really happening now, right?
Because I'm sitting in the corner being beautiful and crying.
So a little weirdness occurs, Virginia, as you see this roller coaster of emotion go over the detective's face. He's clearly, a hardened person. He's not unaccustomed to weird situations as you see the front of his pants moisten.
Oh,
The scent of human urine quickly permeates the room. Tim, even as you speak and try to remove the effect of daunt, there's this sharp kind of yelp as he lunges away from your general direction, unsuccessfully.
Mm-hmm.
He trips, turns, looking at you as you're still holding him, and there's this fear on his face,
Mm-hmm.
as if he's seeing you for who you and what you truly are. You're not sure, but there's fear there.
I'm going to make him take a seat.
So you're manhandling him into a seat.
Yes.
Virginia, what are
Well,
you
there's
doing?
a chair by the door.
Yeah, there's 2 chairs, one on either side of the table.
Well, I threw one at the other guy, so it's
true.
close to the door. It's nice
There's
and
2
handy.
by the one by the table near the door and one on the floor near the door.
Yeah, I'm sitting between him and the door, but
Okay.
I'm sitting him down in front of me, basically.
I got you. All right, so you manhandle him into the seat and do what? Say what?
He is disarmed, right? Like I lifted his gun.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Well, you've trapped his hand. You haven't said anything about lifting his gun, but you've
Well, that's what I'm
stopped
saying.
him
I
from
wanna
drawing it.
Yeah, I want to yank his weapon because he's liable to do something silly. So let's, take normal precautions.
It's easy enough for you to do that in this situation.
Yeah. So I'm going to sit him down and I'm going to say, so let's talk about your new friends.
Annabelle, you hit the ground, rolling away from the building just a little bit. It's a little embarrassing. Your beast is kind of snickering at you from within your mind. Probably a good thing that you've fed recently. What do you do as you hear the honk from your car back in the direction that you just came from?
I kind of inwardly growl at the beast for being a bitch. And then I am going to kind of just like mentally check myself, make sure that I still am invisible to the camera, not invisible to cameras, but ghostly to the cameras, because that's the one I'm most worried about.
Ghost didn't drop.
Okay, perfect. And then I am going to roll to activate unseen passage again.
Okay, please rouse.
Passed. Didn't have to re-roll.
Okay.
So I'm going to move back towards the car now.
Okay. There's this thing in the back of your brain that says the only reason you didn't make this jump was because of the sound of a horn. It's infuriating. And your beast is telling you that.
I know. I'm better than this shit. That's what I'm telling myself in my head.
So it only takes you a few paces to cross back across the parking lot, over the little grass knoll to the side of the street where you left your car. You can see.
I'm going to get back into the car, and I'm going to just sit down in the driver's seat, and I'm going to turn, and I'm just going to, Mr. White, you don't do that shit and break people's concentration.
So Zeke, as you're crumpled up in the back of the car, the driver door pops open, closes, and suddenly there's Annabelle back in the driver's seat.
Scolding me that I honk the horn.
Yes.
Whatever do you mean? I saw someone fall. And
Didn't see anything, Mr. White. You just shut up and sit back there.
Yes, mistress.
I'm just gonna look out the front windshield. Like I'm just like gripping the wheel because like yeah, I'm just kind of pissed at myself. So
Johnathan, alone in the
Yes.
lobby of the Prince William Police Department. Tim's disappeared behind the door with his buddy, Mr. Detective Bacon.
Break out my laptop.
Okay. And what are you doing? You just
Checking my emails, seeing if I got any responses back from anyone.
there was one response, one that caught the one that you were hoping to see.
Mhm.
A brief response, and it's Grace. Hope you are well. If not, tough shit.
Oh, my pale flower. I message her. I really need to see you. This is urgent.
There's a fairly rapid response. What's up?
This needs to be in person.
Where are you?
I am at the police department, the Prince William's Police Department. I'm not in trouble. And I'll quickly message. I know what you're thinking. I mean, I probably am in trouble, but not by them right now at this moment.
There's another rapid fire response. Are you okay?
No.
See you at home.
See you soon.
Tim,
Then I will.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, put the laptop back.
Okay. Tim, Virginia.
Oh, I'm going to stand up. No point in faking the crying anymore. I think we broke him.
Mortals are fragile.
I guess so.
Mhm. We may find out just how fragile.
Do you guys say anything to him, or are you just like holding him down? And
Oh, I already asked. I want to hear all about your new friends.
he's kind of shocked, and he's just now looking at the two people. Use his head. You're not stopping him from looking, right? I don't know these guys.
This is the second time you fucked me.
I haven't done anything.
Mm-hmm. What about
Well-
the gentleman you sent over to the two silos?
I didn't say what. What are you talking about, Tim?
Uh-huh.
What's going on?
Well, detective, these two gentlemen entered the interview room. The one you see sleeping by the door there tried to taser me, and I dodged just in the nick of time, and he unfortunately seemed to get his compatriot there. And I threw a chair at him, and now he's sleeping.
You'll notice
Doesn't
that's not a typical taser.
he doesn't know how to interpret what his brain is telling him he's seeing. You can see the confusion, the absolute lost look on his face between daunt and awe, a corpse that's still smoking on the floor, the furniture in an interview room of an otherwise like unused facility. He's really looks lost. He can't get his brain wrapped around what's going on.
I've already got awe going. I'm going to try and use entrancement on him as well and see if I can calm him down. So I'm going to rouse for that.
What do you do to get his attention? I mean, Tim's pretty much got his attention, and so do the two bodies on the floor.
I guess I'll walk up to him.
Okay.
See if that catches it, if he looks at me as I walk up to him.
It takes a moment before he gives you that attention, but he does. He kind of looks up. There's a quizzical, lost, half terrified, half amazed look on. It's really hard to read him.
Okay, so I'm going to rouse here. I got a success, so I don't get hungry, but I'm using entrancement, and I'm trying to, I guess, talk him down. He's kind of panicked. I want to get him focused here. So I'm just going to soothe him a little bit and say, hey, just breathe.
He almost immediately starts to rhythmically in through his nose and out through his mouth, although it is labored. You know, it's a conscious effort, but he's paying attention. What else? You have his attention clearly.
All right. Do you know anything of these gentlemen?
He just shakes his head from side to side. Oh, screwed things up.
Did we lose Zeke?
I think we did. I think that's the rub.
I'm still here.
Oh,
Sam.
My camera's still on. It's not me.
Oh, it's Johnathan.
Jonathan. I take
We're just
it back.
gonna list all of the. We're gonna list all the coterie members so we get it right.
Yeah. You see, I did nothing wrong. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I in
killing technicals?
Yeah, tell me about it.
All right.
I'm not there, but yeah.
We're at 3.5 hours. We're going to take a very brief pause, and then we'll be right back to wrap up. We're going to give Johnathan just a moment to get things squared away, and we shall return momentarily. Thank you for bearing with us.
if I eat enough
And
thin
we're
bloods.
back.
Oh,
We apologize. That's such a crucial moment for having such a technical, but these things do happen. So, right back to it. Virginia, Tim, you're in the room. You have Detective Bacon's undivided attention as you entrance him.
yes. And I was asking if he knew anything about the two agents that had
As-
accosted me.
As he emphatically is shaking his head. No. I don't even know who they are. How did they get in here?
Miss Stone, perhaps a drink will loosen his tongue. What do you think?
Tim and Virginia, give me
Are you?
give me wits and awareness, please.
Okay, 1 second here. That's 5 of the dice.
Ooh, 5. The dice pool's only 4.
Are you guys
You got a
going to
crit.
believe me? Are you going to believe me?
Of
course
Lord,
we
did
are.
you go crazy too?
I got 5.
The both of you at the same moment come to the conclusion of this is not the place to have this conversation.
Hmm. Detective, do you have an office around here somewhere?
Yeah, of course.
Then let's why don't we go there quietly? Is it private?
It's on the 3rd floor. Yeah.
Okay, let's go there quietly and we'll just have a little chat.
Tim, we might want to bring our friend sleeping in the corner.
What about the other one?
Virginia,
I don't think he's going anywhere.
the thought of going anywhere else in this building rubs you in absolutely every wrong way possible. Your beast is telling you to get the fuck out. What are we doing? Get out.
Yeah, Mr. Toon, I really don't feel comfortable here, seeing as I very nearly.
Yeah, why don't you
didn't
go
get
ahead
out.
and split? I'll clean up this mess. Do you want to take your new toy with you?
Friend, he's my friend. We haven't quite gotten
Yeah.
acquainted yet. But
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure that's coming.
Oh yes. Should Mr. White accompany you? I know he has some certain abilities with
The last thing I need is Mr. White's presence or assistance. Thank you.
That's a good point. Okay. Well, thank you for coming. I guess I will take my friend and go.
Very well. I'd find a side exit if I were you.
Yes, detective, is there a private exit or a more secluded exit nearby?
Right this way. He writes himself, if Tim allows him.
Mm-hmm.
He steps over your friend at the door, badges himself out of the interview room, and proceeds further down the hall past the other interview rooms.
So as he exits the door, I'm disassembling his weapon and unloading it and leaving it in the room.
Okay.
I'm going to prop up Mr. Sleeping Guy as if, sling an arm over my shoulder and kind of drag him along as if he's had a bad night.
Okay.
Like you would a drunken patron.
What about the other body?
I'm not sure. Mr. Toon, what do you think with that one?
I think that is going to be our dear detective's problem.
All right, then. I guess thank you for coming to the rescue. I will take my leave then.
You're welcome.
With Mr. Friend, and I will follow where the detective is ushering me to leave.
Okay. The two of you exit the room, Virginia with added weight of an unconscious person. You follow the detective. He leads down the hall makes a couple of turns and out a side exit.
Before I go, I'm going to look at Tim and I'm going to say, cameras.
I think, Detective, I think I'm going to catch up with you later. As a matter of fact, I think our conversation will have to wait for another evening, but I will be in touch soon. So, yeah, expect to hear from me.
He nods in acknowledgement and kind of turns to Virginia, still under the effects and influence of her entrancement.
I'm going to talk to him then a little bit. You were such a dear helping me out of the building. Would you do me the biggest favor and make sure that no one knows we were here?
Oh, yeah. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, sweetheart.
So I'm going to hand him back the visitor badge and ask him to fetch my license.
So, Annabelle, Zeke.
Yep.
The side of the building that you decided to attempt to scale, Annabelle, you both notice light emit from one of the doors along the far end of the wall. You clearly identify Tim Toon just by his stature and Virginia by her clothing, with a person over her shoulder. A third individual leads them out of the doorway. There's some brief conversation as the third person then turns, walks along the side of the building and back in the front of the police department. Johnathan, the door is open behind you as you're hanging out in the lobby, and Detective Bacon walks in, a bit fuzzy in the face. He kind of is holding a badge, a visitor badge in his hand as he strides right for the desk of the desk sergeant. There's a brief moment of conversation as he passes the visitor badge back through the window and retrieves what you can probably assume is Tim Toon's driver's license. We can't hear you, sir.
I'll immediately get up and approach him and be like, so where is Virginia?
Oh, she's right outside.
Whatever. You'll just turn around and
He starts walking for the door. Kind of holding the driver's license out in front of him in both hands, kind of just leading towards the door.
I will go to the front door then. If he's like, she left, and I'm like, all right, I don't need to fucking be here.
As you exit, Tim and Virginia, are you like heading back towards your vehicle or what?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure. Sorry.
Yeah, and get the recently acquired friend into a seated position in a vehicle somewhere.
As you guys make your way back to your car, you do see Detective Bacon and Johnathan exiting the police station once more. Detective Bacon looks around briefly and then spies the two of you and makes a beeline to you, holding something in his hands, walking towards you intently.
Thank you, Detective. And I'll take my license from him.
Yeah.
Did one of you piss yourselves?
The detective
not now, Mr.
doesn't
Keats.
even seem to notice, doesn't even look down to his moist crotch.
I'm going to reach out and pat his cheek and say, thank you, sweetheart. Now remember, we were not here.
He looks longingly at you. Oh, where were you?
Where were we, Mr. Toon?
Wait, where were we when?
Not being here.
Oh yeah, we were at the club, I guess.
Yes, we were at the Haven Club attending to business after you visited. I'm going to email you my statement.
Of course you were. I
That was what we agreed.
I look forward to seeing your email.
Yes, do feel free to drop by the club sometime.
Oh, I will. I will. Thank you.
I'm
Tim,
going to
Tim,
pull out some
Mhm.
fresh pants from my car.
can you
for-
drop me off at
Yeah,
my-
we'll take care of that here momentarily. Good evening, detective.
Yeah. It was, wasn't it? He turns without looking back and kind of makes his way back to the police station, kind of absent-mindedly. Zeke and Annabelle, you see this go on, that you can't hear any of the conversation. What are the two of you doing?
Since I can see Virginia and they're not running into the surrounding houses or something, or rushing out of the parking lot in their cars, I'm just going to turn on my car and back it up a little bit so I'm kind of closer to where they're at, and I'm gonna roll down the side window and just kind of call over and say, where are we meeting somewhere? Or
Well, I can't necessarily go to the club with this guy.
Did Detective Bacon walk back into the station?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Keats, we have business we need to attend to. Miss Stone, are you good? Do you need assistance?
I need to go back to my place immediately.
I know, I'm going to take you.
Well, I think I'm going to drop off my little guest here after I'm certain he's not carrying anything that will track him back to my haven.
That would probably be a good plan, and I wouldn't go back to that haven again, as we learned this morning. So
that's a good point.
My apologies.
So it sounds like you all have it under control. I'm going to retire for the evening with Mr. White. If you need me, Mr. Toon has my number, and then I'm just going to drive off.
All right, Johnathan, let's roll.
Zeke first takes off. Zeke's gonna look at her new friend. Does he look familiar from Soraka's compound?
Good question. How about yeah, you know what? Let's do a wits and awareness. It's going to have to be that. I was trying to think if there was some other way that you might.
Two. 4. Messy crit equals 5.
You give him a good look through the car. From the distance that you're at, you can't positively identify him from what you remember. The clothing definitely matches the people that you remember there.
Before we speed off, I assume Tim is in earshot at this point.
Yeah.
Raka.
I know.
Nod.
I mean, I'm not speeding off. I am following and obeying all traffic laws at all times. I will be. So yeah.
Obey the law. Obey the law.
And that is where we're going to stop for the evening. Virginia, Tim, and Johnathan driving off Zeke and Annabelle in a different direction, each having to deal with what the hell just happened.
And poor Sam having to run the club. It pretty
Poor
much shoot up the
Sam
police.
having the best night ever
Pretty much shoot
Out
up
of
the
all of
police. Out of everybody here.
as he's renamed the
Yeah.
night the red and blue evening.
And drinks are half off. Drinks are half off today.
Sylvanov.
Yes, sir.
I think I would have a stain
You
for
will quite
endangering
possibly.
my touch them.
You know, but do you know?
You don't have proof yet.
That's
You don't
true.
have to when it comes to your humanity. If you
Oh.
think it and you
Mhm.
believe it,
I
it
believe it.
affects you. So yes,
Oh,
you will definitely
Um,
take the stain for the thought and the belief that you have in fact either endangered or lost. How many people survive having a hand severed? The thoughts that must be running through Jonathan's head about this after what Percy delivered to him. I can only imagine the chaos that can be running through his brain. Beginning of the next session, we will work at how we resolve said stain.
Good deal.
But that is where we're going to cap for the evening. What an interesting night, everybody.
That's saying something.
What an interesting night.
That's a huge understatement. And then some.
So, did that interrogation go the way you thought it would?
Kind of.
Kind of. That's good.
But you guys faithfully take my plans, throw them through a shredder, put them in a blender, and then drink them and shit them out later so that I must deal accordingly, which it makes it entirely fun for me. So I'm cool either way.
That's good.
And viewers, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And as we do every night, we like to go around our gathered players and our viewing audience to hear about highs, lows, and a nomination for extra XP for what's gone on for the evening. We will start our round this evening with Sam. I know that you didn't get a whole lot of the spotlight this evening,
Which was perfectly fine. I wasn't mad about it.
so if you
But-
could give us a high, low, and a nom, sir.
My high happens to be, well, in fact, Sam's actually, well, basically, he got the patrons on his side. And the fact that they kept their customers from coming in and doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is not kosher. That's a huge faux pas. So basically, my high goes to, well, me doing what I had to do and get everybody inside. My low is the fact that 2 freaking SIs attacked Virginia, and Tim's contact pretty much made us sold her out. My nom goes to Virginia for that whole scene
Yeah,
in
but you know-
the interview room.
Thank you.
Zeke.
Yo. High Point, Virginia. High Point, Sam. Girl, the anger, the go fuck yourself that you were giving them guys was beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Side mentions to Mr. Keats being Mr. Keats and Mr. Keats under duress. He acted the way I hoped he would have acted. Again, it's unpredictable with duress, but bravo to that. That was beautiful. Low point, not finding out the resolution to this afternoon's scene, but it's coming. Low point. Scared party. But again, what can you do? Nomination's going to go to Ms. Stone.
Thank you.
You're
Tim.
welcome. You
Go ahead.
did that well. Mr. Toon.
So my high point was Virginia Stone starring in the Keystone Cops Interview a Vampire.
Well said.
Oh, God, it was Keystone Cop.
My other high point would probably be the does he or doesn't he with Detective Bacon? Like, is he in on it or is he just stupid, right? So there's that question rattling around, and I'm enjoying trying to work that out.
Stupid.
Low point
Sus
would
Detective
probably
Bacon.
be, yeah, right.
Sus.
Yeah, he's about to be crispy bacon. Low point. I don't really have a low point tonight, other than like the main storyline didn't move forward. This was like, ancillary fuckery that had been brought on us by various actions, but nothing with the main storyline progressed. That's probably my only low. But my nom definitely goes to Miss Stone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Johnathan.
Yeah, lots of highs tonight. So I feel like there is personal and very real stakes being brought in addition to continuing all the awesome RP and all the scenes. It's really good. The low point, which is not having Sam there to involve with. And then that nomination, Virginia. I mean, it was real fun. You got some goals. I didn't know what you were going to do.
I didn't know what I was gonna do.
I kind of was really hoping you would turn the other person, just break all of the rules.
I know. I just saw you were asking for that. I was like, no, can't do that. I'm fucked, but let's not make it worse.
Excellent. Annabelle.
So I want to say, so my nom is for Johnathan. I know it's kind of a quote unquote throwaway, but I really liked the actual like difference of emotion, especially in contrast to Annabelle. Like at the beginning of the game, I know we didn't do a lot of whatever further in, but that stuff at the beginning of the game was like very, very good to me. And I enjoyed that. So I give him my nom. The high was probably a combination of the stuff at the beginning of the game with Johnathan. Obviously, Virginia Stone kicking ass and taking names. But I know it wasn't done tonight. It was done earlier in the day, but like the actual therapy session was a blast. And like, if I know she doesn't get experience, but like Ravinia, I have to give her major props because that was a big high for me today.
Big kudos for her.
She was awesome.
I will say for lows, let's see. I splatted against a building.
You got embarrassed by Ezekiel. I think that's like pretty low.
Yeah. So I feel like that's probably in my low, honestly. Because I mean, I don't want to say it was Sam, because Sam was having a blast being king of the castle at the Haven Club. So yeah.
Virginia.
Oh God. Okay, so I'll start with my low. My low definitely would be that Sam wasn't there, and also, fuck, they already know about me. That's why I was there. So there goes my cover. Oh, good. If I even had a cover. At this point, I don't think. God damn it. God damn it. That's all I can say about that. My high definitely would be kicking ass and taking names. It's not often I get to do that. And also using some pretty cool skills that I haven't had to use yet. So that was really cool.
Yeah, summon was really neat.
Yeah, that was super cool. I've been itching to use it. I just didn't know when would be the opportune time, and that was so excellent.
A perfect
have a
time
new
to
toy.
use a summons.
Yes. Help! But yeah, that was really cool. My nomination would definitely go to Johnathan because that was excellent RP there. When you found Percy's hand and all of that, I could feel it. You seemed really distressed, and it was awesome. Kudos, sir.
So, high, low, and a nom for myself. High for me, I had several highs today. It started off with doing the therapy session. That was a blast, you guys. That was, if you haven't watched it, please go hit the highlight. We put it up as a highlight. Watch the therapy session. Ravinia did an outstanding job as a therapist. Annabelle and Zeke absolutely played their parts spectacularly. Another high, definitely. What's that? Yep, Zeke cried.
I cried.
Another high, managing the slew of occurrences that happened this evening for me was very fun and challenging. Trying to keep the pacing on point and keeping the timing of all the occurrences going on at once was a challenge and lots of fun for me. Watching you guys work through that was also a high. Johnathan, real good job with your character and how I expected your character to react to what I threw at you. Same for Virginia, diving into people's backgrounds and going, yeah, did you forget about this? Too bad. Here it is. Lots of fun for me as a storyteller to just whip those things in people's faces. Low, Sam, you hanging out at the goddamn club. And not being engaged.
I can become king of the castle until the cops off. I'm good.
So yeah, I mean, Sam's doing Sam's thing. I get that, but damn it, I was hoping you would just jump in with this.
Someone had to run the club tonight.
Because just having you sit back and be like kind of third wheel is no fun for me. It's very selfish of me to say that, but it's no fun for me, man.
Well, I'll find out next week what the hell happened.
I've got
maybe said the opinion will come out.
I've actually got 4 nominations this week.
Yeah.
And
I'm looking at it too.
They go to Zeke, Annabelle, Virginia, and Johnathan. All 4 of you were absolutely spectacular this week. Now, it's not very fair that, Annabelle and Zeke got some extra time in a special little vignette. But they did a fantastic job. They really did. If you guys didn't see it, go see it. So Virginia and Johnathan will both get an extra XP this week. The crowd and the viewing audience overwhelmingly threw it at Virginia, but Johnathan, you definitely held it, man. That was really cool to watch how your character had to deal with those intensities. So kudos. And don't worry, the rest of you will be punished soon enough and have an opportunity to shine just like everyone else.
That's fine.
We all get our turn at the whipping post. Our dumpster fire is never ending.
Hey, I am been squeaky clean.
Oh, I can't wait till the name drops into then the next episode.
I feel name drops coming. Things will occur. Once again, we love each and every one of you for joining us and watching our stream and joining us for this roller coaster dumpster fire that we call a game. Hope you all enjoyed it, and we hope to see you all again next week. I will post a link to our Zoom chat if you would care to join us in post-stream chat. Some of us, I'm sure, will be hanging out to say hello and whatnot afterwards.
Yeah, as for me, I have to dip like now, actually.
Absolutely. Well, Sam, thank you very much. And our viewing audience, thank you all so much. And we look forward to seeing you all next week.
Yes.